Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for the delay. We had court was still in session when we arrived, so thanks to all folks for making it as fast as they could to get us ready. I am calling the May 12, 2016 Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District meeting to order at 2:10 p.m. We'll open it up for a roll call, please. Let the record reflect that 8 council members are present. Mr. John Bartholomew is currently absent. I think he is on his way. I'll make that announcement and correction when he arrives. If you would please stand for the prayer and pledge of allegiance. At this time, I'd like to have Pastor Jason Allen come up. And please remain standing. I think Ms. Nicole Williams, Councilwoman Nicole Williams, has a couple comments after the prayer, and then remain standing for the pledge.
Let's pray together. Father, we just come before you today, so thankful and grateful for this day that you've allowed us to come together. And Lord, I pray for our elected officials as they do the business of this parish, that you would give them wisdom and guidance and counsel so they can do what is best for the people of this parish. And Lord, that ultimately through all things, that you would be glorified and honored. Father, we love you. We thank you for Jesus. We thank you for salvation. We thank you for love. And we pray that we can walk in that each and every day. It's in Christ's name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Ms. Williams?
I'd just like everyone to take a moment of silence for Ms. Franny, the admin for District 8. Her brother passed away. Please keep their family in your prayers, as well as the family of the fire chief of Mirrors, Aiden Croft, who passed away in service until yesterday. Please keep those families in your prayers.
General Sanders, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll move to item 2, executive session. We have none. Therefore, we will move to item 3, a status report by the executive port director.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the board, and ladies and gentlemen of the audience. My name is Sandy Sanders. I am the Executive Director of Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District, and I have a very thin report to report today. Matter of fact, I have really nothing of significance to report, so I yield the floor back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I will add that we did have our second port committee meeting at the port office the first Monday of the month as we scheduled. I think it was a really good success. I know the committee members were able to view the Energy 23 presentation, which I believe your office will show at the next scheduled port meeting. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, and we have also been chosen to be the guest presenter at the Rail Summit in Chicago in June.
Excellent. Does anyone from the table have anything for the director? Anyone from the audience? If not, we will move to bids and advertisements. Ms. Riley, Ms. Nielsen? None? We have none. Therefore, move to item 6A.
There's none for 6A.
Okay, we have none for 6A for public hearings. Move to 6B.
A resolution authorizing Maynard Sandy Sanders as Executive Director of the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District to extend the agreement with Trident Holdings, Inc. for the implementation of the port's master plan for an additional 1 year and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
What we'll do is, before I offer that, I'm going to go ahead and revert to 7B. We'll come back, she'll reread it, and then I'll offer it at that time. But this is going to, this resolution that she just read has to do with Trident Holdings. Trident Holdings is going to go ahead and give their presentation as in 7B, and then we'll revert back to 6B.
Presentation by Trident Holdings, Councilmember Black.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Mr. Sanders, go ahead.
Trident Holdings CEO Bob Stevens and his subcontractor John Vickerman with Vickerman and Associates are here today at the behest of the board. We are looking to extend their contract for their second of a 2-year option. And Trident, there's a lot of folks that are interested, take a very keen interest in our port and our community. And I think I joined all the board members when they said that they would like to have Trident come in and present what they've done since they first contracted with the parish in 2009 up to today. I inherited Trident. As I said, they were contracted with the parish. I came in August of 2013, and I have come to find that they are a very integral part of my team as I go about the task entrusted to me, which was plain and simple, build the port. I am determined to build the largest port on the Mississippi River and one of the largest ports on the Gulf Coast. And we are well on our way of doing that. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. John Vickerman with Vickerman and Associates. John? And I'd like to, this is John and Bob Stevens.
Good afternoon, members of the commission, distinguished guests. I'm John Vickerman. I'm the president of Vickerman and Associates. I'm a subconsultant to Trident in their implementation plan. And with us today is the CEO of Trident, Mr. Robert Stevens.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here.
We will present today a PowerPoint presentation. Both of us will enunciate certain aspects of that, and we'll start with the process. This is an overview of the Trident services in support of the development of the Port of Plaquemines. I've used an aerial photograph to let us see the Plaquemines Parish and its domain in and around the lower Mississippi. Here on the screen, you see some of the concept planning areas that we've been involved in for the last several years. I might start from the top down, the Amex property, the Ram site. The major property, which we'll talk about today, is what we call Point Celeste, or the Omni Terminal, the main campus. Below that is Magnolia. We have a liquid bulk alternative there. We have below that the liquid bulk and an LNG fuel facility potential. Sea Point is noted on the map as well, and Venice Port and the Cambridge Energy System. We will be talking about all of these, and I wanted you to just have a brief overview of where they lie within the context of your parish. Today we're going to introduce the Trident team members today, give a little bit of their background. Bob is going to, along with my assistants, indicate what Trident Holdings is not. There's some distribution of some articles that have alluded to various issues related to Trident, and we're going to try to clear the air in that regard. We're going to talk about the master plan and its contract, what was developed in it, and the proceedings for it. We're also going to talk about the implementation plan because it is in fact linked to the Port Master Plan. We then will look at the major land acquisition for the major complex campus, what we call Point Celeste Omniport, and we'll explain to you why we call it that. We're going to look at some examples of some of the outreach that has been done in the last couple of years, who they are to, who we've been talking to in terms of industry stakeholders. We will then talk about what we believe is pretty exciting and is within our grasp, and that is the container terminal development concepts. And then finally, we're going to convey to you all the current and future terminal development transactions, who they're with, and what the focus is. Now, we have signed NDA agreements with each of these individuals, and sometimes I'll refer to liquid bulk number 1 or liquid bulk number 2 or some form of terminal transaction. We are trying to abide by and be consistent with the NDA for those transactions. Let me go through the introduction of the team. I'm going to introduce Bob. He's standing next to me. Bob is the head of a well-respected Halifax-based management services company who has their own major container development in Nova Scotia. I've worked for Bob for many years. In fact, I worked on his project up in Nova Scotia in that process. Bob has several principals that are identified on the slide and who are his partners in that regard. Another individual of Trident Holdings is Mr. George Geffrich. George is not with us today. George has 39 years of experience in community planning, economic development, surface transportation. He has experience within the federal, the FERC experience with regards to energy requirements, and brings his own talents with regards to logistics. He has operated in this contract as the project manager. I report to him as a sub-consultant in that process. Mr. Stevens and Melford is developing a major container facility in Nova Scotia. This is a rendering of it. It's a 3-berth facility with on-dock intermodal rail and rail capabilities. It has a on-dock intermodal rail connected to CN, and it's adjacent to and connected to the logistics park that's immediately adjacent to it. I'm excited about it. It will be one of the first terminals, or it could be one of the first terminals to be fully automated in North America. And as you know, Europe and Asia are in their 5th generation of automation. The United States is in its 0th generation of automation. We have not begun. We have terminals like Nova Scotia and Southern California that are just now coming to bear in that process. This is a map of my experience. Every pin that you see up there is a major U.S. Public Port Authority strategic master plan. There are 90 deep water ports in North America. I've done the strategic master plan for 67 of them. And the next slide gives you a little feel for my experience in Louisiana, including the master plans for Baton Rouge, South Louisiana, major projects for New Orleans, such as the Millennium Port and the like. And my most recent work in changing course, which will redirect the lower Mississippi to make more efficient navigation capable. This is just a slide of the major container operators in North America today. This is the top 15 ports. I've had a hand in everything that's in yellow. I'm still trying to color the 2 blue ones yellow so I can say that I've done every major port in the top 15. What you'll see later on in the presentation is a port facility that would have a throughput of 2 million TEUs. And what I'd like you to do is take a look right about this area. That would mean the Port of Plaquemines would fit in between Virginia and Seattle in terms of its total container throughput, which is a significant and emerging facility within North America. And we'll talk more about that later. Bob's going to help me do this, and we'll do this together in the process. But I'll. What the concern here is there has been some inaccurate and misleading statements with regards to Trident Holdings from Nova Scotia. For the record, Trident Holdings wants it to be known that Trident Holdings of Nova Scotia has never purchased any company anywhere. Trident Holdings of Nova Scotia or its principals have never had knowledge of, involvement, or relationship with General Marine Leasing. Its company its principals, its representatives, its delegates. Notice is being given today by Trident Holdings of Nova Scotia that it is serving the author and the forwarders of this inaccuracies, that if not retracted, Trident Holdings will pursue any and all aggressive legal remedies to compensate for damages or losses that occur as a result of these inaccuracies. So, Mr. Stevens, maybe tell us more.
Trident Holdings is a small company in Nova Scotia. We're pretty simple people from Nova Scotia. We're much like Louisiana. In fact, a lot of people in Louisiana come from Nova Scotia. One thing we protect is our reputation. And we are serious when we see inaccuracies that go out and that are published broadly. And we don't know whether that's just poor research or whether it's deliberate inaccuracies. But either way, we want to cleanse the record, state what we are not, and serve notice that we won't take it lightly. Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I thought that you were going to give us a presentation today on what you have done for Plaquemines Parish, not to come to the defense of somebody that's made some accusations against you. But this government that as far as I know, have not made any accusations against you. Is that correct?
That's correct as far as I know, sir.
So you decided, obviously been briefed by somebody, to feel compelled to put this into your presentation for some reason. And if it's rumors or hearsay, I'll have to address those when it comes time to talk about your billing.
Sir, the reason why it's in there today is that it is our understanding from the information that we have received that it in fact went to a number of people on the parish council. And as a result of that, we felt we were compelled to set the record straight.
Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and, if we want to move on from these slides, and then we'll address those questions and these possible concerns when we go ahead and move to 6B.
Great. So let's talk about the plan and the development plan and its strategies. What we're talking about here is the most southern general cargo port on the Mississippi River, potentially the largest port on the Mississippi River, with direct U.S. road and intermodal rail access to mid-America. Milestones that have been created since the implementation of the master plan included the accomplishing of the master plan, which I'll talk a little bit about later, the support for a port governance structure program which allows better development and industry relationships to occur within the parish, a port executive director search and agreement which resulted in General Sanders' retention as the Chief Executive Officer for the Port Authority. It included the Citrus Land Acquisition Program, which I'll talk about in a moment. It also targeted, and I'm pleased today to tell you the specifics about terminal marketing and solicitation that have resulted in long-term terminal agreements. We'll talk about the terminal agreements and what they are so that you're aware of them. The master plan contract. This was the organization chart to the master plan. And as you can see, I'm part of that red group that's a sub-consultant to both Mr. Stevens and Mr. Geffrich. On the right-hand top, you see that the proposal date was February 25th. The contract award was November 16th. The contract amount was $551,000. The sub-participation was about 51%. And it was completed in October 21, 2010. The document is quite large, over 1,000 pages, both in its appendix and its deliverables. I won't go through all of the list, but these 9 items are the chapters in that process. I might point out that the master plan was formally adopted by Parish Council in January of 2011. The presentations to the PPHTD and the Parish Council included 6 public presentations. It included the delivery of 50 written master plan copies, which were distributed to PPHTD, and it included the posting of the master plan on the PPHTD website, which remains today under announcements and links. A couple of things that I think are really important that I'd like to share with you. The philosophy towards port development is one of them. We think cargo flows downhill or downriver and seeks the lowest level where the cost is the least and the service is the best. And if you do not achieve both of those, you will not be a success. Easy to say, very, very hard to do. All of our proceedings have fashioned and accept this principle as absolute, and we know it to be true from many, many terminal and port master plans that we've accomplished. We have another strategy. We call it the multiple grid operating overlay, which allows us to overlay different terminal types, look down through them, and build a common module that will not have to be altered if you change operations. We were the inventors of the MGOS system. It's called the OmniPort concept, which would allow you to develop multiple markets. And here you see on the right-hand side, instead of developing 4 major terminals, you can develop one. The OmniPort concept then can combine container, dry bulk, break bulk, project cargo into a multi-market concept. This is the most efficient way to develop land for port infrastructure, and it's one that's been accepted largely throughout North America. Another concept that we do is how we view a terminal. We view it as an analogy, a pipeline analogy. Every component of the terminal represents a pipe diameter. We're always looking for the small diameter pipe. We then adjust the port diameter for that pipe segment, and our objective is uniform flow, thereby every element of the port yielding contribution to the total. This is the forecast that is included in your strategic master plan. This is for loaded containers only. This was done for the New Orleans regional market, and you can see the projections through the year 2025. The high, the red, and the green as base, and then the low as a purple. If we look at these from a total market, which includes empties as well as loads in thousands of TEUs, at the time we did the master plan for Plaquemines, the Port of New Orleans had a throughput of around 378,000 TEUs. Today it's around 550,000 TEUs. When we were doing the Plaquemines strategic master plan, in 2010, LED and others came out with their own trade growth market analysis. Their study conclusions indicated that the new Panama Canal expansion will have little or no effect on Louisiana, quote unquote. We believe these studies are incorrect. The study for the Port of New Orleans itself indicated that the maximum high forecast for the Port of New Orleans was 1% growth rate. This is incorrect. They forecasted the following demand. These projections were incorrect. The Port of New Orleans, at the time we published the master plan for Plaquemines, had a record-setting year. And in fact, every year since then has had record-setting capabilities. And we're proud to let you know that our forecast tracked accurately what was done in the marketplace.
And if you were to go back into the slide that showed the actual predictions, you will see that the port has now reached the level that was forecasted for this time and also up to 2020.
Yeah, if you go back here, you can see they're at the high forecast, they weren't to reach 581 until about 2020. They're roughly 540,000 TEUs today. So they are actually ahead of schedule in that process. Under Task 3, we looked at 10 properties. Everything in white we retained for further consideration. Everything in yellow we considered they were active private sector sites, and we eliminated them because of the active private sector involvement. So we focused finally on these sites And this is just a summary of how we ranked them. There were 13 categories. And as you can see, under the weighted category, Citrus 2 had the highest ranking, followed closely by AMAX in that process. But this is the ranking for everything, including Venice, Bender, and the Norfolk Southern property. Our recommendation under Task 3 was not Citrus 2. Our recommendation was to develop AMAX property as the near-term development. The council elected to pursue Citrus 2 in that process. We also believe that continuous support in terms of oil and gas for Venice were important. These are drawings in the master plan. This is Citrus 2, a container facility. It involves a container terminal, an intermodal facility, and a warehouse and distribution facility. For AMAX, and here's the drawing in the master plan, it had a dry bulk terminal, what we called a specialized bulk, a break bulk terminal, and then finally an intermodal container facility directly linking to Norfolk Southern. The last two slides represent a discussion in the master plan about public-private partnerships. I want to draw your attention to the bottom left. The master plan made a big focus on guiding principles to implement. And those guiding principles were control of self-destiny, project control and leadership control over the project, public entity management, and finally, an advocate for regional distribution and logistics development. These were the guiding principles. They guided us, and in the master plan, we actually put forward public-private partnership arrangements that we felt were most applicable to PPHTD. Now, let's talk about the implementation contract. You put out an RFQ in April of 2011. Trident responded and was awarded a contract for 2 years. There were an initial 2-year contract and an extension for 2 years. Two 2-year contracts. So the first 2 years was June 9th, 2011 to June 9th, 2013. The first 2-year extension was June 9th, 2013 to 2015. The second extension, you elected to go 1 year only and not the 2, and that was executed on May 9th earlier, and that's why we're here today, because you have the facility, or the option if you want, for a 1-year extension to go through May 9th of 2017. I might just say that the implementation plan is guided by task orders. There is only one task order open in the process. The task orders are initiated by the Port Committee itself and are tasked to Trident on a task-by-task basis. Let's go through the land acquisition program for our major development. This is what we call Point Celeste. Again, it's named after the anchorage at mile 50 to 55. The Port Authority and the Parish Council approved the acquisition of this piece of land initially, about 550 acres with about 7,485 lineal feet of deep water port access, and right adjacent to the mile marker 55 for the river mile. We began planning not only that facility, but the adjacent parcels. This is a map of the adjacent parcels. Currently not controlled by PPHTD, but certainly part of prudent strategic planning for port development. We went forward on that planning, and as you can see here, there are various elements that would allow us to fully develop those parcels. Again, this is circa 2035. This is the planning horizon for the current implementation plan. We then looked even further south, and within the context of the reinforced back levee by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, it is logical to extend our focus in that regard. And we looked to the south for another approximately 1,987 acres. So in general, what we have is several pieces of property owned by several private entities clustered around the red diagram, which is owned by the Public Port Authority. We clearly decided that we had to recommend the relocation of LA 23 to allow full development of the port. And as you can see here, the relocation is that cross-hatched black line, which also has a utility corridor, transportation corridor, and just adjacent to that, you can see in green the environmental preservation. The relocation of LA 23 will permit the full development of the port. You can see that there are parcels that are not fully acquired yet. Obviously, in the long term, those would be acquired. So it ended up that we had really two phases. We had the yellow phase, parcels 1 through 3, primarily for that. Parcel 4 lent itself to the relocation of LA 23 plus the preservation, environmental preservation zones, and then parcels 5 and 6 for the complete build-out of the Citrus campus. Now I want to draw your attention, this is a little hard to read, but let me just go through it. If we look at all of the parcels, the total parcel acreage in this area is 4,218 acres. It has a lineal river frontage of 21,620 feet. This is and will be one of the largest port complexes on the Mississippi River and perhaps in the U.S. Gulf. So it's a significant piece of property, very hard to find in terms of what we call greenfield. Most ports are just filling in components and trying to work around existing assets and infrastructure. This is not the case with you. You have a clean slate. You have a green field. You have the opportunity to do things right, and it's significant. One of the things you did, and we'll talk about it in a minute, is you have a signed transaction with Venture Global LNG, who will build the largest LNG FERC-approved facility on the Mississippi River. Venture Global is the 8th LNG facility on the Calcasieu Channel going into Lake Charles, and they have elected to move their facilities here. I'll talk more about that in a minute. So let me now take you through a couple of years of industry outreach and examples. These are presentations we've made about the Port of Plaquemines. This is to the U.S. DOT and MARAD in Washington, D.C., to the local planning commission, the RPC, as well as LA DOTD. Kinder Morgan and 3 follow-up meetings. American Midstream, they were very interested in identifying twin gas pipeline easements, which we gave them the geometry for, and they're currently pursuing. We met with the Port of Antwerp twice. The Port of Antwerp have said, we've heard about you. We would like to be a strategic partner with you in this process. Everything that you're conceiving of are components that we've dealt with, and we met with the Port of Antwerp. We met with Shell Oil, and we talked about their liquid bulk capabilities and needs. We met with LEGIT, the Louisiana International Gulf Transfer Terminal. We met with NOLA Oil and their capabilities. We also created a proposal for an alliance with the Panama Canal, which was readily accepted the Panama Canal, but they, because we had no operating facilities, wants to delay that until the actual first terminal operations are intact. We met with Entex LLC and a Chinese development by the name of GTI to develop an LNG, LPG, and methanol port facility. These are pictures of the negotiating team for GTI in China. I had the pleasure of being on the negotiating team with General Sanders and your former chairman of the port board. That resulted in a signed agreement to develop a soy bulk export terminal, as well as an intermodal rail and container facility. That process created quite a bit of due diligence. A substantial effort was involved in that due diligence to perfect that agreement. We then met with the Global Trade Exchange, which is the biggest soybean export complex convention in the United States. We also met with Steptoe and Johnson for the U.S. Congressional Committee on Foreign Investment, as well as CFIUS. What's called CFIUS is the Foreign Investment in U.S., the Committee for Foreign Investment in the U.S. We met with Broadband Advisors in 3 follow-up meetings. We met with Cat Oil Limited. We met with Enbridge, one of the largest or larger energy companies, headquartered in Houston. We met with the U.S. Transportation Command in Scott Air Force Base in St. Louis. We met with the new leader of LED in Louisiana, and with the headquarters of the United States Soybean Export Council. These are the people that are proposing to pay for the deepening of the Mississippi River through private investment by farmers. We met with Metro Ports. We met with Diversified Port Holdings. These are respected port companies who are stevedores and terminal operators. And then finally, we met with Venture Global, who I'll talk about in just a minute, and a company called American Patriots Holding, which I'll discuss. They've got an innovative new dual-fuel, self-propelled container vessel that exceeds the capacity of any current barge on the Mississippi River, or any current cluster of barges on the Mississippi River. So in summary, we worked with 32 potential tenants, 24 ongoing transaction negotiations, some of which are underway still, ongoing port promotion with 10 key stakeholders, 17 technical analysis for port feasibility and viability, and 4 entities, and I'm really proud of this, 4 entities now that are seeking leases with the port and covering all acquisition costs for those leases, including Trident study cost. So there are 4 emerging entities that are very interested in leasing port-owned land.
I think that's a very important point that John's making relative to, in the master plan, we indicated and we believe that the port, that Plaquemines had to control its own destiny. And one of the ways to control its own destiny was to try to secure as much property as it could, riverfront property on the Mississippi, because they weren't producing any more of it. It was the most valuable property for port in probably North America. And the way to accomplish that, because there's limited access to financing or whatever, was to be able to go out and encourage bona fide tenants that would actually be prepared to enter and have reason to permit the port to actually purchase the property, and that they would enter into a lease that would be able to not only finance the debt service for those particular lands, but also pay the soft costs on the acquisition of those lands, and most importantly, produce an ROI, a positive ROI for the port. And I think that this is a demonstration through Venture Global that we've been actually able to do that, and we have 3 others that are waiting in the wings that we are negotiating with now that all have indicated their preparedness to have that same formula work for them because they see the value in having the port as the owner.
So let me now begin with discussing what we think is one of the largest success stories of this implementation plan. PPHTD has successfully entered into a long-term option to lease with Venture Global LNG on several hundred acres at PPHTD, located generally at river mile marker 54 and 55. Venture Global filed a formal application with the U.S. Department of Energy last year for both long-term permits for LNG export to FTA countries as well as non-FTA countries. So this is a dual application which was accepted by FERC, and in fact, FERC now is producing the environmental impact statement for Venture Global. So now we have the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission actually supporting the environmental impact assessment. This agreement provides a commercial level of return on investment to PPHTD over and above the purchase price for the land, returns all soft costs related for the project, and includes all Trident costing for that. The port ends up with port property, fully developed and owned by the Port Authority without direct costs to the port. A significant project. Let me tell you a little bit about Venture Global. Venture Global will export up to a total of 1,240 billion cubic feet of natural gas, or 24 million tons per year annually. The proposed facility would consist of 20 pre-cooled single-mix refrigerant blocks, 4 200,000 cubic meter LNG tanks, 3 marine loading berths for ocean-going vessels, capable of taking the largest LNG ships on the face of the planet. The project is proposed to be built in 2 phases, the first including 10 LNG blocks, 2 storage tanks, 2 marine loading facilities, and an on-site power generation. The full commencement of operations for this first phase is scheduled for the first quarter of 2010, and they've made it through the first hurdles in the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission proceedings.
And I might add, the power generation component of that is an important piece of infrastructure as well. One of the first projects that we brought in to have discussions on Plaquemine sites was Grand River Iron Sands. And I was actually doing a site selection process for them for 2 pig iron plants in North America. And we had decided that one would be located on the West Bank. But unfortunately, we're not able, through Entergy, to be able to get the electrical capacity that was necessary for that facility. That first facility will be announced in 2 weeks for Saguenay, Quebec, in Canada. But there's opportunities for the second. So to have electrical generation that's available not only for their own use, but also perhaps distribution, is a key element for that economic benefit that will spur from infrastructure on the west side.
So what I'd like to do now is talk about the last one that we're pretty excited about, and I'll use it as an example. This is APH. PPHTD has entered into an agreement with American Port Holdings, LLC, that has developed an exciting, new, innovative vessel barge. Now, I've seen the drawings for it. Because of our NDA agreement, I'm not permitted to share them with you, but it is larger than any combination of barging currently on the Mississippi River and exceeds most of the container and barge current capability either now or proposed on the Mississippi River. This service would also serve as a catalyst for the proposed Point Celeste Omniport Container Terminal development at PPHTD and further expand the Citrus campus or at Sea Point itself.
We have been having continued dialogue with Sea Point on the basis of their container megaship to barge concept, and also discussing the ability to get to intermodal rail. And so what we're saying here is that there's an opportunity for containers in Plaquemines Parish. The one that seems to be ideal because of the potential for intermodal conductivity is in fact the Citrus or the Point Celeste Omni Terminal site. However, we want to have that open and transparent discussion with Sea Point, because obviously it is best to have the discussion to determine what is the best location and the best activity for Plaquemines Parish.
Just to let you know that in addition to developing APH's hub facility at Plaquemines, there would be multiple upriver terminals. These terminals would be sited below any lock structure, so that there would be no locks between PPHTD and St. Louis for unconstrained upriver operations. There may be one or two or more terminals. We would have to work closely with the U.S. DOT and MARAD and what they call their M55 Marine Highway Corridor System. But it is a system, so it's not only at Plaquemines Port, but it's the upriver terminals as yet.
I think you can all have probably memories of attempted short sea shipping or container on barge activity on the Mississippi, and the majority of them have failed. Matter of fact, the majority of them have failed in most jurisdictions. But they failed for a couple of reasons. Either one, they didn't have the right vessel, they didn't have the critical mass or the economics of the number of containers, or in fact, they were unable to establish a core volume of business that permitted them to have a scheduled service. And it's very difficult to operate either short sea or any type of service if you're not scheduled. People need dependability. Through our discussions with the soy and the egg people, we've been able to identify sufficient number of volumes of containers that they are seeking ways to export that could provide that core cargo for such a scheduled service. And once you schedule that service, then the opportunities, or at least the chances of survival and viability, increase dramatically on that. So we're quite excited. And as you know, there has been some very recent activity in the whole sort of marine highway concept, and there are some demonstrations and examples taking place. I believe that this one has the greatest potential of anyone that I've seen.
So just to give you a feel as we end this presentation of the magnitude of this is a cross-section through the ship itself. I can't show you the ship profile other than this, but this is what we call a twin indented APH berth cross-section. The facility would be located on the campus, Parcel 6, which includes the LSU experimental station, for a total of around 908 acres. Just from a history standpoint, over 50 years of container vessel evolutionary growth have resulted in very large vessels calling around the globe, and particularly in the U.S. This is a picture of the largest container vessel ever to call in the United States in December 26th of last year. It is the CMA CGM French line Ben Franklin at the Port of Oakland, a significant vessel calling for the first time in the United States. If we look at all of these vessels and we look at the potential and we look at 20 years out for developing your port, we have elected to put together a design vessel which has the capability of 20,000 TEUs. Now let me just give you that. The current Panama Canal has a capability of putting in 4,800 TEUs now, today. In June, when it opens, it can move a vessel through at 12,600 TEUs. This is a vessel at 20,000 TEUs, one of the largest vessels capable and currently used in the container services throughout the world. We've looked at the lower parcels, Parcel 6. We looked at berthing these vessels. We looked at the operation and the sequencing of that. We are pleased to report that the Parcel 6, as you see here, can accommodate not only the APH vessel itself, and whether it has an indented berth or not, but 3 of the larger vessels that we just talked about. Please note that we do not have to relocate LA-23 to make this work. Please note that we have a 7,000 lineal foot intermodal container transfer facility, something called an ICTF, which would have direct transfer without going out of the terminal from the ship to the rail. Immediately back of that is a warehouse and distribution center, and in back of that is the environmental preservation and mitigation area, all surrounded by a potential relocation of LA-23 in the future, although not mandated. This is the indent berth configuration that you can see here. So I'll go back. You can see the indent that occurs in that process. This is a blow-up. Again, 3 berths, each with a 20,000 TEU vessel, and a throughput of roughly 2 million TEUs. That is roughly the equivalent to the Port of Virginia today in that process.
I think it's important to note that that is design criteria. You may build something different. You build on the basis. In today's world, there's no build it and they will come scenario. You have to have a sound business case to be able to finance terminals today, and it's getting more and more difficult in that regard. So you're going to build to what the commitments that you have. But to allow yourself a perspective, I mean, right now, today, we have 20,000 TEU vessels, even avoiding the Suez Canal and coming around the Cape. And those vessels could very easily decide to have a destination in the Gulf. And if, in fact, the Gulf was that destination, and you had a planning criteria that permitted it, you could, in fact, have those here.
Another innovative, kind of exciting characteristic, most container cranes today that service modern container ships started at 50-foot gauge and have run up to the industry standard at 100-foot gauge. We are proposing for the first time in North America a 150-foot gauge crane to more effectively serve those larger vessels without constraints and congestion on the quay. And we believe that the deployment of a craneage of this magnitude will actually unload the vessel quicker and cheaper than competitive other port facilities. This is a cross-section through the wharf. The green cross-hatched is the river levee and its river-forward geometry. You can see the crane legs and the geometry there and the various components. I want to end today with what we call upcoming future terminal development transactions, and we'll share with you that process. First of all, we're starting to look at and have been looking at other potential sites. We've done layouts at Magnolia, Amex, Port Sulphur, Sea Point, Ram, Kinder Morgan parcel, which now is available to us and adjacent to parcel 1 at Point Celeste, Venice Port Complex, the Naval Air Station and the Joint Operating Base, the Reserve Operating Base, and the surrounding environments allow multimodal capability to the port. And then finally, your heart and soul of what you're going to do is to be warehouse and distribution oriented and be the receiver and the distributor of cargo, the closest to the Gulf, the biggest on the Mississippi River, and the most efficient inland to mid-America. We have ongoing discussions right now with the following people: APH, the terminal development, Sea Point. The Chinese continue to communicate with us and us with them. Enbridge Energy. We have 4 NDAs that are all focused on liquid bulk, and I can't tell you who they are because of the NDA issues. This is my last slide, and I just want to share with you what we truly believe to be the case. The Trident team and its consulting team has been honored, is honored, to be a part of the port development process at PPHTD. We believe the Trident team sees the PPHTD opportunity as the most significant port complex in the U.S. Gulf serving mid-America. It will be the largest port complex on the Mississippi River, the closest to the Gulf, and one that would probably be more capable than any other in the Gulf itself. A truly exciting opportunity in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Before I open it up to the table, I want the record to reflect that Councilmember Bartholomew is in attendance as well. And also, before I open up to the table, we will allow, or I will allow, 6B to be discussed as well in conjunction with 7B. I think the contract extension, so we can, if you have any questions.
You got to offer and second it?
Well, I'm just saying, as far as the content of 6B, I'm not going to offer it yet. I'm just going to, since it was in a presentation about the contract, I think that falls within the scope of 7B. So I'll go ahead and, if you have any questions in regards to the contract that we're talking about in 6B, I think it falls within the scope of 7B. So I'm just letting the public know and the table know if you want to discuss those issues. It was in the presentation, and it'll be allowed. So with that, I will open it up to the table.
Yeah.
Mr. Russo.
Yes, let me thank you for your presentation. You know, I've been hearing presentations like this for many, many years, and I can relate to some points in there that are many years old. So I guess what I'd like to know is, when did Melford International open up?
Melford is not operational. Melford is not under construction. Melford was started I started my first work with Melford back in 1998. It was ready to go in the ground in fall of 2008 when the recession hit, and our partner at the time, SSA Marine, pulled out because of economic conditions and was going tools down. We then have repartnered with them again. We have a commitment from a carrier, which I cannot name, and we will go in the ground in the spring of 2017 for operations, Q4 2019, which will be timely because that's at the same time when the Bayonne Bridge gets lifted in New York, and that the deployments of the larger vessels will start to hit the East Coast. We have our financing in place, and it was all dependent upon the takedown or the commitment of the cargo.
So this project's been around for about 20 years.
The project was I would say, a glimmer of mine for 20 years, yes, but seriously, 2005 was when we initiated the first round of financing. We have put $40 million into the project to date, and nothing is fast. Unfortunately, we had two economic downturns in the process, but the most important thing is that this is one of the first private sector ports in North America, for that matter, in the world. And it's based on the back with no government money, with 100% private sector financing. So we needed, obviously, that it wasn't a build it and they will come. It was the same thing we are promoting here, is that it has to have a strong business case in order to support financing. We were able to get that strong business case because we were able to get a carrier with a throughput guarantee or commitment to be able to finance the break-even of the project. And that's why we're able to start in 2017.
All right, so I'll move on from that one since I thought that one was built. But let me ask you this then. You mentioned in your presentation port governance structure plan. What task order did that come under?
I'm doing some recall here, sir. So it was a recommendation within the master plan itself that port governance would permit the port operating authority to have some ability to operate autonomously as it can, but be responsible back to council or whoever was deemed to be responsible from the government side of the equation. And that, I think, would have come under, we worked with it, I think, in task order, probably task order 0 under the implementation plan.
The implementation plan was actually phase 2 or task order 2? Or it was a new
No,
contract?
it was a series of task orders. It went from 0 through to 8, and with different tasks for each one. And I think there was 2 tasks that were unfunded within that. And I think the important thing is, as we indicated in the presentation, all of the implementation plan was in fact task orientated. And we were given the task, and then we submitted billings based on that task, and those billings, of course, were reviewed by PPHTD and the governance authority on a monthly basis, and they were scrutinized and reviewed, obviously, for those.
And so my understanding or recollection is that the parish Port Harbor Terminal District put up roughly $500,000 to do a port master plan. And then there was an effort to go out and seek a firm to implement that plan. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that
Now,
was indicated in the
who
presentation.
was the firm that actually made the recommendation, or as to what firm was going to be selected to do the implementation part of the project?
I can't answer that question. I know that BKI were tasked to do some review of the master plan, but I'm not certain that they were actually recommending or part of the recommending process. I know that we responded to an RFP, or actually it was a request for qualifications, and we responded to that, and it was awarded as a result of that. Now, if there was advisors in reference to the governance at that particular time, I can't recall, or I'm not aware of it.
Mr. Commissioner, I believe it was an RFQ that came out from PPHTD that was responded to by Trident. The advisors on who selected Trident for that process, we believe were within PPHTD.
Well, my recollection was that Bert Kleinpeter was part of it. It reflects it in the record. And the concern I had at the time was that one of the principals of Bert Kleinpeter wound up putting himself on the team. And that's what the record reflects. But I'm going to move on from that because I've had a problem with that for some time. And I'm not sure if he's billed us anything through you or through any other entity. But I do know that the record reflects very clearly that he was on the team. Now, I'll move on, unless you have something to say, General Sanders. I'll move on to the next item of interest to me was that we did not pursue AMAX because the council chose not to. As I remember, the council put up $1 million to try to acquire AMAX. So maybe you could enlighten us on to why we did not go and pursue that effort, and who made that decision not to pursue the effort.
Commissioner, I'll try to give you my perspective on the issue. It was
I don't want your perspective. I just want to know what facts you may know, because what I'm looking for is, you know, this has been an issue that's floated around here, why we don't go to the West Bank, why we don't go to the East Bank, or why we go to the East Bank and why we don't go here. You know, and if you have some knowledge of that, I'd like for you to share that so we can put some of these issues to rest, because the recollection and the record clearly shows that the government or the Port Harbour Terminal District put up $1 million to buy AMAX. And in your presentation, you said that the council decided not to do that.
The master plan recommended that the near-term development be AMAX in the strategic master plan. We followed that. We recommended it to the commission. Period.
And so you don't know.
I do not know who directed it otherwise, sir.
But in your presentation, you said the council decided not to do that.
Well, ultimately, the purchase of the land occurred not at AMAX, but at Citrus 2.
I understand the end result. I'm trying to see how we got there.
Sir, and I don't know, but I do know that your strategic master plan recommended the near term be AMAX.
Thank you. Let me move on then. The American Patriots Project. You say you're in negotiations with the American Patriots Project. In your negotiations, have y'all determined who's going to fill all the borough pit holes that exist in that piece of property?
Yeah. I guess what Sandy was saying, that at this particular moment, that is one, that was used as an example of where it could be located. We are familiar with the fact that there are borough holes and they would need to be filled in. There are perhaps some remedies for that, but recall I also said that we would be looking as well as at other areas, including Sea Point, in reference to that potential, because APH offers to me a catalyst to bring initial volume to the container facility. And the other essential ingredients of that are a proven or professional operator. We still need a development partner, because some of the things that need to be done in any type of development of the business case, for instance, is a competitive analysis. And competitive analysis need to be done in order to compare, can we get a box from North China to PPHTD and then to the Midwest competitive with LA or to LA and then by rail to that same Midwest destination. And those need to be answered. So in order to do that, we need strategic partners. We need partners that have, you know, and by strategic I mean are either operators, carriers. For instance, one of the things that is happening right now, and I don't mean to turn this into an exercise on the current sector business, but for a number of years, for the past few years at least, the carriers have been getting out of the terminal business themselves. CMA sold off 49% of their terminal operation to China Shipping. MSC sold off a portion of theirs.
Let me say this. I appreciate all of the history and your mass knowledge, but I'm trying to focus in on whether I'm going to vote to renew your contract or not.
Yep.
And I want to see the value that you bring to the table and not just the history. And so the reason I ask that is these are notes that I've taken from your presentation,
Yes.
and that's why I want clarification on them. And the clarification was you said you were negotiating with a very exciting Patriot Holdings facility
Yes.
on this particular site.
Yes.
So I thought that if you were negotiating with them, at least they have seen the holes, and some discussion might have been taking place with the holes. And
I
if
have-
that's not the case, I will move on.
No, I think we can clarify a little bit of that for you. We know that there are burrow pits on that particular piece of property, and if we were to use that piece of property, we believe there are solutions, and I'll turn that back to John.
I actually created the presentation for the APH issue. Went out there and we used photographs of those existing borrow pits. We've shown it to APH. We've discussed the magnitude of both the north and the south borrow pit with them. They're fully appraised of that. We're not at a point in that transaction yet, Commissioner, to decide who's responsible for the borrow pit fill.
I'm not going to go into it anymore, but let me just say this. The concerns that I have is that, we've about 1.7 million into this effort. The first $500,000 for the master plan, the implementation part now is another million two. And I'm curious to know where we're going to head with this. And, when you talk about 20 years down the line, I would hate to think that we are still paying, for you to make a presentation 10 years from now, which, I've seen these presentations 10 years ago, just overlays on top of overlays on top of overlays. And I'm glad you put Sea Point at least on the map this time. The structure of the contract is another concern I have, whereas Trident is the prime, yet the billing reflects that Vickerman and Associates does the most of the billing. The other concern I have is that Trident bills down to the quarter of an hour, and Vickerman bills no less than an hour. And those are the things that, make me wonder when I try to compare his billing to your billing to Rathbone's billing in the audience, who is the attorney at the port, and I try to sync that up to see who's talking to who and why are we paying for some of this. As you may remember, I was a little upset when I got the billings and saw that you were billing us 2 hours to prepare your billing to us. And I was concerned with that, and finally we knocked that out. So, these are the type of issues, as I look at having to write a check, even though I'm been removed from the process because of the governance issue, I'm still a member of this board, and I'm still going to voice my opinions as I related to you and to you when y'all decided to go the committee route. And so, since I've said that, I want to know what improvements to the contract can either one of you make to guarantee us that we are paying for what we really need to pay for, and we're not just paying to keep the train rolling down the track to the tune of $300,000-400,000 a year, and having you fly down here and put you up in the Westin, and I'm sure you're billing us for this presentation today.
No, sir.
Well, that would be refreshing. So from that point on, I'd like to see where we're headed.
Okay. Can I just...
You can do whatever you want.
Thank you, sir. My billings, Vickerman and Associates billings, have been the largest in the last several months because we're doing the drawings and the calculations and the analysis of the terminals itself. I bill and have billed for the entire existence of my firm on that policy. If you would like me to bill to 15-minute increments, 10-minute increments, I'll bill to whatever criteria you would like me to bill to.
Well-
And I'll do that at your discretion and however you'd like that.
Let me just clear the record here for me. It's not been for several months. You've been the prime biller for a long time. It hasn't been just in the last several months. The second thing is, I only want you to bill what you do. And
That's-
if you're on the phone with these three guys for 15 minutes, then I would think that's what you do and not round up to the hour. And I'm kind of disappointed that it had to come to this public discussion, but I've sent these messages for the last year to the port director and to this body. So having here today to vote on it, unless I have some assurances that we are going to make some changes, I'm going to vote no today.
Okay.
And
Sir-
I'll be by myself, but I'll have a clear conscience when I leave here that I did what was in the best interest of Plaquemines Parish.
Let me just assure you that every hour, and there are many times that my work is beyond an hour, and I don't bill for all of that. It doesn't go above an hour and automatically go to 2 hours. I am more than happy to bill at whatever category, however you would like me to do that. I've used what's usual and customary in our industry for the length of the consultancy that I've had. I'm sorry you're disappointed in that process, but in my opinion, every hour, and in fact many hours, are not billed to you for that process. So we believe that, or at least I believe, because I've been doing the work, I do a lot of the up and down heavy lifting in terms of design. I'm the engineer on the team. I do the conceptual planning. All the drawings that you saw today are drawings that our firm produced. And in order to deal with the future tenants, you have to show them the reality of that process, and then you've got to give them the feasibility. And you can't just guess at it. You have to do the analysis, do the engineering, and understand that. And I apologize if you believe my billings are the largest and you don't like them for whatever reason, but I can assure you that every single hour that we've worked on the project, and there are many that we haven't billed for, including this meeting and the preparation for it, don't get billed to you. We happen to believe, I've done strategic master plans whose fee for the master plan exceeds the total fee structure for both the master plan and the implementation. But I happen to believe, and whether you believe me or not, sir, we believe that we provide maximum value and bill the hour that we work on it. When we're over that hour, we do not automatically bill to the next hour. Now, again, I offer to bill it any way that you'd like me to bill it.
I'm just going to repeat my comments. I want you to bill for what you do. Now, as far as all of the engineering and design, I don't know the depth of what engineering and design you've done. I've seen PowerPoint presentations only, and that's what I've seen. I've seen no other documents other than nice, professionally made PowerPoints. And so that's what I go on as to what product and work product I see. And I always gauge the cost as to what the work product is. And to talk about master plans, we can take you in our archives in this parish and show you millions of dollars of plans sitting on a shelf that will never get built, that didn't have the money to get them built to begin with, yet the money was spent. So I'm a firm believer in, if I'm going to have the funding to build a project, I don't mind paying the upfront expense, the engineering curve, 10%, whatever it is. But to continue on putting plans on the shelf, I have a problem. And, I've been reading the invoices consistently. So it's not like I'm talking in a vacuum about who's billing what and who's talking to who and what's going on. And I'm going to drop it at that because I don't want to waste any more time. But to me, it's something I had to get off my chest to let you know and talk to you and look you in the eye and tell you what I'm thinking, like I'm telling the port director exactly what I'm thinking and have told him before.
Sir, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the table? Gentlemen, thank you for your professionalism. And
Black.
I would, go ahead,
May
Mr.
I please? Mr. Russo, I recommend that we switch to a 15-minute increment as far as the billing. That way it'll be consistent with Mr. Stevens and Mr. Geffridge's billing across the board. That's
Tell you
what I
what,
recommend.
Mr. Pennison, let's take that up on discussion on
Yes,
6B. Anyone from the audience? Mr. McCarthy?
What? Are you looking at my phone, buddy?
Good afternoon.
Yeah, you are.
I would be remiss in my obligations if I didn't thank my good friend John Vickerman for recognizing quality. He wanted to hire me to go to work for Trident. Thank you, John. If I would have gone to work, I might have been Sandy Sanders' boss. I don't know. Let's check it out that way. I'll promise you another thing. That was a beautiful presentation. If you gave me $1,700,000, I would bring in the Wallace Jazz Band here along with the presentation. And no matter how well they put it, no matter how well they cover it, their presentation is not worth it. I've been in the business, I know the business. The one thing you cannot do is use citrus land for container shipments. That's as simple as that. I don't care how you want to say it. Unless we are going to redirect all the railroads to come on over to the West Bank, because 75% of container business either moves into the port or out of the port on railroads. 75% of it. Louisiana is blessed because we have 6 of the 7 trunk line railroads which cover all of the United States, Mexico, and Canada. 5 of the 6 are on the west bank of the river. The one that is on the, 5 of the 6 are on the east bank of the river. The one that is on the west bank is the Union Pacific, which was also at one time the Texas Pacific, the Southern Pacific, the Northern Pacific. All of them got together as Pacifics. The closest thing it is to Plaquemine Parish is 25 miles. Mr. Sanders didn't want to do any work with the New Orleans Public Belt Railroad. But containers coming into this area are mostly coming from the eastern section of the United States. That's where your business is. Anything that's coming out of the west will probably go to Houston. I think that's simple to understand. And I told this to Mr. Sanders, but he went ahead and passed the tax, and the people of Plaquemine Parish was charged $9,500,000 for some citrus land. Can you believe that kind of stuff? You know how much? Do you know how much your cost is every year on management? Could you give me an idea? I can tell you. For the management that is presently going on in Plaquemine Parish, and it depends on, I don't know whether Ms. Nielsen makes $75,000 a year or $120,000 a year, but that would make a difference. But without that difference, Plaquemine Parish, its taxpayers, are spending $805,000 a year. Damn, that's a lot of money. I can put a group together. It won't cost you anything. I want to go ahead on the East Bank and put a 5,000-foot wharf. You can figure that probably 1,000 foot is going to cost $200 million. So therefore, just figure it out real easy. A 5,000-foot wharf is going to cost $1 billion. I'm not asking for any ad valorem taxes. My investors will do that. You can take it the way you want. I will do Sanders' job and I will do Trident's job for $1 a year. And if the council doesn't have the money, I'll loan them the dollars so they could give it back to me. For God's sakes, man, this is crime. This is crime. We're going to be talking about cutting off people because we don't have the money. And we pay these people $805,000 a year? Come on. Give me a break. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Would you like to,
I would like to answer.
yeah, no, I was going to ask you, do you want me to put, and I'll be more than willing to, under new business at the next council meeting or the one after, if you want to give us a business proposal, a PowerPoint presentation, you have some great ideas. I'd love to see them. I'm sure most of our constituents will as well.
I think I sent it to some of you. I believe I sent you where my engineers gave you an estimate that the construction of the wharf would employ 4,000 people. I believe I sent it to you.
Yeah, I got it too. It was just a
it all?
one-page bullet point
Yeah.
thing. Do you want to do a presentation? I would definitely afford you the time, the same amount of time we afforded TriNet. If you want me to put that into new business, just let me know.
Let me
I'll be
ask
happy
you.
to put it.
Let me ask you. I appreciate it. You paid them $1.7 million. Could you pay me 170? You know. Yeah, I can put presentations together. I got good people who know the business. I can guarantee, without bothering about the business in the Port of New Orleans, without bothering about the business in the Port of Southeast Louisiana, which is in reserve, without bothering the business that's in Baton Rouge, I have enough connections to give this port an estimated 50,000 containers a month. And I'm willing to stand behind that. I have the connection. I'm not looking for their business. I hope they all keep it. But within 3 to 4 years, I'll be bigger than the Port of New Orleans. Not because I took their business, but because I showed them how to do business.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. McCarthy. I look forward to presentation, and just contact my office, and we'll set up a date, whatever date you want to do it, and then my assistant will get a flash drive, or you can email it to her, and we'll do the presentation, and whatever time you need, we'll afford it to you.
If you don't mind, I'll bring my people together and we'll meet with you. There's about a dozen of them, but they're all professional in the business, and they know this business.
Mr. Russo?
You know, I'm looking here, and I'm just reflecting on, well, now I'm going to let it go. I'm just going to vote.
All right. Mr. McCarthy, have you concluded?
I certainly thank you, Bo.
Sure, no problem.
Mr. Black, I'm sorry.
No, that's no problem. I think you deserve that privilege to call me Bo. That's fine. Anyone else from the audience would like to make a presentation or comment?
That was a great presentation. I've been here, man, 20 years with the port. You know, when are we going to stop? When are we going to stop? Well, first of all, how much is the extension going to cost?
Mr. Sanders, you want to elaborate on the cost estimate?
The extension, the 1-year extension, how much is it going to cost? How much?
Yeah, what's the limits? Is there a cap,
people
or
need
I
to
think he's
know how
asking if
much.
there's a,
Based on what we tasked them to do.
What it was last year?
We fund in the budget process.
yeah. He just asked because I think the people want to know, right?
Yeah, they want to know.
I was waiting for you to say
They
it.
know they want to know.
Mr. Black, the resolution before the council caps it at whatever is budgeted for that year. Currently, it is $300,000 budgeted for the port implementation program.
Okay.
So the council, in effect, would approve the budget at the budget hearings for this item. In the event we need to exceed that, we would have to come back to the
So
council.
it would come up before the council
Yes,
again?
sir. It
Anything
would
over
come back
300, is
before
that
the
correct?
council. Yes, sir, correct.
Okay.
You know, when you all first got in office, I stood up there with the port, and I told you, the people, all they see is a sign down the road. A year and a half later, we're going through the same process. And the colonel, I love you. You know I love you. But at the end of the day, man, we are spending too much money for a picture up there in West Ponla Hatch. You know, at one time, we laughed, and I know everybody could laugh. But I guarantee you, all you guys behind that, I'm going to get the last laugh because see, in 4 years, you're still going to see the same sign, nothing there. But when I come back and tell you, I want you to see who get the last laugh. We're spending all this money, we're not seeing nothing. And don't think that New Orleans is going to sit there and not let you just do all that. Come on, man. I wasn't born yesterday. We're doing something here where the people just throwing all their money away, and I hate to see this happening, man. This infrastructure, that's going to be a problem. State ain't got no money. We don't have no money. How you going to do all these things in 20 years? Impossible, man. Be realistic about this. You got to be realistic. I guarantee you, 2 more years, we're going to see if that sign still exists there. I guarantee you still going to exist.
Mr. McCarthy, I'll give you a couple more minutes.
The only thing I could say is, the worst thing that, what we have to do, you're going to have about 7 or 8 different things that you have to comply with for federal laws and so forth. The beautiful thing about the Amex Wharf, they had a footprint there where that wharf was, it would have had to been rebuilt to make anything, but the Amex Wharf had a footprint there that would have eliminated some of the federal requirements. I'm willing to tell you that we are going to put $4 to $6 billion into Plaquemine Parish, and we are going to have the port so that 7 of you can say, I was a part of that, and you can run for re-election. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If there's no more comments from the floor, I do see one, ma'am.
My name's Phyllis Cass. Mr. Black, I want to find out, where is this American Patriot Holdings, where are they located? Where they're out of, that they're going to come here and help get this stuff going?
Mr. Pendleton and Mr. Sanders, or Mr. Vickerman, I don't know who wants to elaborate on, a little bit further on American Patriot Holdings.
There are 3 individuals who are the principals of American Patriot Holdings. 2 of them are in Florida, one in Houston. Yeah.
Where's the corporation, I guess, is filed out of? Do you know?
Where are they located at, the office?
We paid all of this money. Nobody wants to answer.
Can you give us the names of the gentlemen or the people that are?
No, ma'am.
I mean, can you
It's
give,
covered by NDA, and when it meets our feasibility criteria and we're ready to present, we'll come here and they'll be in front of God and country and show you what they have.
is there, I guess,
It's kind of
maybe you can answer
premature.
this, if, I understand the NDA, is there anything you can elaborate on as far as American Patriot Holdings? What do they do with this? What is their background or anything like that? I think she may be satisfied with that, maybe.
Well, yeah, you're going to have someone come here and they don't want to tell you who they are.
I don't think it's, they don't want to tell us who they are. There's a non-disclosure agreement because of the business aspect.
So
But
we
what I'm,
just let anybody, I mean,
no, it's not just anybody. That's, if you can give some, can you give any background that's not covered by the NDA?
Yes, the 3 individuals have 30 years apiece in the maritime industry. Some of them headed up the maritime portion of the big oil companies dealing with sea lift. One is 2 of them are captains 3 of them are captains, and they're all graduates of the Merchant Marine Academy. They're very well qualified, but it's just not ready for prime time to disclose all the things that
We
you
don't
would
want
like to
some
hear.
laborer come here and somebody say, oh, he knows what he's doing, and when he gets here, he don't know nothing.
I
And
understand.
he's getting paid big bucks. You know,
I understand.
Like Mr. Arthur said, at the end of the day, we're the ones that's gonna be the one carrying the load.
Yeah, Ms. Cass, I would say this, because it is on the NDA, we're putting all trust in Director Sanders, and Trident and Mr. Vickerman and that group. And that's why this contract we're voting on is gonna be for 1 year. If they don't have the correct bona fides, if it doesn't pan out, then they'll all be looking for jobs. So, I think that's fair to say. I mean, I think, we're putting all trust in as elected officials. That's who we, exactly. So, if the bona fides come back and it's a scam or something where it doesn't fall through, I mean, it doesn't go through, for whatever reason, on somebody's fault, I think a lot of people will probably be looking for jobs, yeah. Anyone else from the audience? Yes, sir. Just state your name and your address, please.
My name is Larry Schilling, 197 Renatza Road. I saw the presentation, and it was very complete, and it shows that there is a possibility of a huge port down there. My question is, what about the infrastructure? We keep saying how many more containers. There's one road and one railroad track. How is that going to manage in this parish? Is there some changes that are going to happen? I got to cross that railroad track every day. I don't want a big train out there every day.
Yeah.
I see the traffic on that road coming up the road in the evening. In about an hour, you can go out there and look at it. What's going to happen when you got all these trailer trucks running down there, pick up containers?
I think
And then
Mr.
you got the railroad track going back and forth. It sounds great, but is there some plan afoot to make an expansion to the transportation?
Yeah, absolutely, and Mr. Sanders is going to show you that presentation for the Energy 23 corridor presentation at the next council meeting. Maybe you can elaborate on the things that are afoot now as far as the Walker Road bypass bridge, the railroad relocation project, which takes that out of pretty much down Walker Road.
And there would be a lot of right-of-way acquisition in that, is that correct?
Mr. Sanders, go ahead, and I think that's
Yeah.
already
I think
acquisition.
your question is a very, very good one. With our port, the key to our port is the onward movement of that cargo. We could build the highest tensile strength port in the world, and if you don't have the ability to get the cargo off one conveyance onto another and then move it towards its destination, your port's really not all that hot shot. So you're absolutely right. When you look at egress and access, of the cargo, the trucks, the trains, that all has to be part of the port planning process. And that is integral to what we're doing. And I look forward to giving you the presentation and showing not only what we have planned for that port campus, but in the outlying areas, how we would tackle exactly what you said in moving that cargo out of the port complex and on towards its final destination.
I'll look forward to that meeting.
Yes, sir.
Sir, where
Good
do you say
question.
you live?
197 Renatza Road.
And that's below Walker Road?
It's right next to Ricky Becknell.
Right. So you can wait for the presentation, but the fact is that the relocations are north of you. So you will
Okay.
still cross the track, and the traffic will still run in front of you, and you'll see that.
I may cross the track, but are there going to be more than one track?
Well, that's something that you'll have to wait for the presentation to show.
You see what I'm saying? Still got one track.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
All right, Ms. Wilcox.
Michelle Wilcox, 112 Hunt Street. I just have a question. We were asking about the American Patriot Holdings. I'm just looking at the company. It's a domestic liability company. Is that who they are? No? Yes? Who are they? Well, it says they don't exist. It says they were dissolved. That's why I'm asking. Because if we don't know who we're dealing with, I'm just wondering, there's got to be more than, maybe is there one? That's what the filing says. So that's why I'm asking.
Can I, I've met with them several times. They are maritime industry executives. They focus a lot on naval architecture and ship design in the process. Each one of them has significant experience. What I'd like to do is go back to APH and let's see how much we could release of their background and their capabilities and give you exactly what they are. I'd be more than happy to do that. And the gentleman who just sat down, the APH, who has a new innovative ship that takes containers upriver, can alleviate some of that process. When we integrate the APH with the larger vessels that I showed you, you can go direct transfer and move up on the river, not on road or rail. Clearly, there would be additional road, there would be additional rail. But APH has that promise of transferring some of that cargo via water. But I would like to go back to APH and see if we can get you as much as we can. And I'll try to generically make it so we don't violate an NDA, and we'll give you where they went to school, what they've previously done, trying with their permission not to violate the NDA that we have. The NDA is to protect them from a business standpoint in terms, they believe they have this fairly hot, new, innovative commodity, and they don't want to risk having somebody take it from them. And I can understand that. I would like to try to get as much as we can through those principles published. And General, with your permission.
Would you agree to tabling the motion today and giving us 2 more weeks to figure this thing out?
No, we're going to, so is there any more questions, I guess, from on item 7B? Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, Warren Lawrence, Myrtle Grove. One quick comment I'd make is, first of all, I think we should thank Trident and everything for their initial plan on what they designed and everything. And it's a shame that they came out as the experts and told us where to go, and they told us to go on the East Bank. Then a political decision was made to go on the West Bank. And everybody knows who owns the property in that area. So, you know, it can't help but the public to know that it smells, and when it smells, something stinks and something causes the odor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, with no more comments or questions on 7B, we will move to item 6B.
A resolution authorizing Maynard Sandy Sanders, Executive Director of the Plaquemines Port Harbor Terminal District, to extend the agreement with Trident Holdings, Inc. for the implementation of the Port's Master Plan for an additional 1 year and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Lapine. Any questions or comments from the table? Any questions or comments from the audience? With none, machine is open. Let the record reflect, and I'll just read down the list here. We have five yes votes from District 2, District 3, District 6, District 8, and District 9, and we have 4 no votes from District 1, District 4, District 5, District 7. The resolution passes 5-4. We will move to item 6C.
An ordinance to amend and as amended readopt Rule 1 of Chapter 1 of Section 2-18 of the Code of Ordinances for Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, to establish the meetings of the Plaquemines Parish Council as the sole governing authority of the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Yes. Offer as read.
I'll second.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I would just ask that we scratch out the time on here. I'm not opposed to the 1 monthly meeting, but on line 29, it says at 5 p.m.
No, that's
That's C.
D.
I have 6C.
Yeah, I have that at C too.
I have C as 1 o'clock on line 30.
1 o'clock on line 11, but on line 29, it states 5 p.m.
On 29, line 29 on C.
Yeah, I have, what does Mr. Bartholomew have?
No, hold on. Kim. Huh?
Yeah, Ms. Council Secretary?
Item C should be the one changing the meeting to 5 o'clock. However, D was introduced after the fact, like after C. So D technically probably should be voted on first, which changes it to one meeting.
Okay, mine's different on my agenda. Let me see, let me just double check, hold on 1 second.
Okay. On the draft agenda, it had which one was which. The preambles are the same, it's just the
Okay.
body that
Well,
changed.
I think and I just talked to Mr. Byrd earlier because he was the one who introduced the other one. And I agree with Ms. Williams, that whichever one, if you guys want to look at 6D, whichever one has 1 o'clock on line 30, I think is the one that we are looking to vote on, right?
The one by Councilman Byrd?
Well, I don't know if it's by Burt or by Bartholomew. Yeah, it is by Burt, actually. Yeah. So 6D.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I'd like to defer the item I have.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'll remove my second. I'll remove my second, and then defer C, and then go back to, let's go to 6C, which is Mr. Burt.
D.
6D. Mine's backwards. Thanks.
An ordinance to amend and is amended, readopt Rule 1 of Chapter 1 of Section 2-18 of the Code of Ordinances for Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, to establish the meetings of the Plaquemines Parish Council as the sole governing authority of the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer.
I'll second.
Yeah, what this ordinance does, it allows us to have one monthly port meeting on the fourth Thursday of the month on the East Bank at the Percy Griffin Center, and that's at 1 p.m. So instead of having 2 port meetings per month, this would be 1 meeting per month on the East Bank.
Thank you for the clarification.
I have a question, comment rather. I understand that we're going to go to 1 meeting a month, and I guess if the port business is that slack, we can only go with 1 once a month. We don't need to go for 2. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Then what is the correct
Port business is
reasoning
not
for
that
going?
slack. The reason is because we have, at the request of some of my colleagues at the table here, to have a port committee meeting, which we've established and we voted on unanimously to have at 5 o'clock on the first Tuesday of the month for the port committee. If we decide that we do have extra business, whether it be voting or whatnot, we can always have another port meeting, I'm sorry, not a port meeting, but a full port meeting with all the council members involved at this time in Belchase.
So they would be considered special meetings when,
Well, this is considered a special meeting, actually.
so I guess my
So, yeah.
question, yeah, so
It'll
it'd
be
be a special meeting.
Just like this one is.
Well, I'm always for the public to be able to participate in meetings, and now that we're going to once a month, it just sends a signal that, you got to attend the committee meeting. And if I go to the committee meeting and there's 4 members there, then I constitute a quorum, and I got to sit there and not participate, because it would have a quorum of the council as well. So, without...
I'd like to get clarification on that, because
Well,
we
go
have
right
audit
ahead.
committee meetings.
Go right
In
ahead.
audit committee meetings, we have council members that sit in at the audit committee meetings, and they also speak at the podium, so,
Well, if they speak at the podium and you have a quorum there, then you're violating the open meetings law, in my opinion. And in my opinion, if I go to a port committee meeting and there are 4 members there, and I'm the 5th member, then I've got a quorum of the entire council, and if I participate, then we violate the open meetings law. If I sit there and silent as a lamb, then I guess I don't violate the open meetings law. And you can get an opinion from anybody you want, but that's my personal opinion and belief. So, if that's where we're headed with 1 meeting a month, so be it. I'll attend the port committee meetings, and if there's 4 there, I'll be silenced. And I'll come back to this regular meeting and voice like I did today.
Mr. Henry?
Yeah, Mr. Black, when you got to be the chairman, one of your primary things was transparency.
Exactly.
Hey, what's wrong with having meetings like you're having it now?
Because I was asked to have port committee meetings by members of this council. We established a port committee meeting. In that port committee meeting, which was open to the public, we voted unanimously to cancel one of the port meetings, unanimously, 4-0, and to have the port committee meeting and open it up to the public on the first Monday at 5 o'clock at the port building, and then also have the regularly scheduled port meeting at 1 p.m. before the regularly scheduled council meeting in Point Lahash. So we're having the same amount of meetings. They're both open to the public. I mean, they are. It's
not the same, no, and you know it. Come on, let's be
It
real
is the
here.
same.
Not be
We're not
real.
discussing anything differently.
We have two public council meetings, so why can't we have two public, real public port meetings? It's like you got something to hide. Hey, let it be, man.
understand.
I don't think it's
Yeah,
hurt nothing.
I'm not going to argue with you.
I
on it.
know,
It's-
but
There's nothing,
you know,
there's nothing being
it's your
hidden.
deal. It's your deal.
Okay, it is my deal. Anything else from the floor? Mr. Burt? Mr. Burt called the vote. Let the record reflect, the ordinance passes 8-1 with Mr. Roussel voting no. We will move on to item E.
A resolution authorizing the Port Executive Director Maynard J. Sanders for and on behalf of the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District to name and accept the proposal of the Plaquemines Parish Gazette as the official journal for the Plaquemines Parish Council as the sole governing authority of the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer as read.
I'll second.
Any comments or questions?
Mr. Burt?
Any comments or questions?
Mr. Burt calls the question. Machine is open. Let the record reflect that the resolution passes 9-0. Let's move to 7A, any introductions of resolutions where suspension is being sought. I don't believe we have any, therefore we will revert back to item 5, which introductions of ordinances and resolutions. Mr. Bartholomew.
Yes, I have one, and resolution authorizing and directing the Plaquemines Parish Port Harbor and Terminal District Executive Director Sanders to apply for a Fred Tree Zone designated in Plaquemines Parish Port Harbor and Terminal District and the Foreign Trade Zone Commission. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
I have 2, a resolution approving and authorizing Mr. W. Bo Black, Port Committee Chairman, Maynard Sanders, Port Executive Director, and Shambo Riley, Port Comptroller, to execute a Louisiana Compliance Questionnaire to Camner and Company, CPAs, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution authorizing the Executive Director of the Port, Maynard J. Sandy Sanders, to enter into and execute a contract with the Chesapeake Group, LLC, lobbyists for a period of 2 years, beginning July 1st, 2016, and terminating on June 30th, 2018, to represent the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District in any upcoming sessions of the Louisiana State Legislature or any other meetings, etc., deemed necessary to protect its interests in all matters and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That's all.
I have none.
None.
I have none.
I have none.
I have none.
Yes, I have one. A resolution creating a policy to have all port committee meetings filmed by GM Advertising and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That's going to take care of your transparency, Mr. Henry.
I have none, sir.
I have none.
Okay, with that, I will move to item 8, approval of the April 28th, 2016 minutes.
Offer.
Second.
We have a second one, Mr. Edgecombe. Machine's open. And approval of the minutes passes 9-0. Before I ask to adjourn, I'll ask, before I give up the gavel, if Ms. Lapine agrees, give us a 5-minute recess between these two meetings.
Absolutely.
I'll offer for adjournment.
I'll offer.
Second.
Machine's open on adjournment. Yeah, right. And we adjourn 9-0 at 4:05 PM.
Good afternoon. We'll call the regularly scheduled council meeting of May 12, 2016 to order at 4:10. That's 5 minutes requested by Mr. Black. We will move to item 1. The machine is open for roll call. Let the record reflect that all non-sitting council members, President Cormier is here with his staff. The attorneys are present. We got a lot of things to cover today. We're going to skip around a little bit. We're going to actually move to item 1B, proclamations first. Ms. Barber, will you read the first proclamation?
A proclamation proclaiming May 12, 2016 as Douglas Owen Schilling Day in the parish of Plaquemines. Whereas Douglas Schilling passed away on March 17th at the age of 70 years old. And whereas Mr. Schilling was a graduate of Belle Chase High School, who, after receiving a degree from LSU, returned to Belle Chase High and spent his entire teaching career of 44 years at his beloved alma mater. And whereas he was described by all who knew him as honest, straightforward, and willing to do anything for the benefit of his students. And whereas multiple generations of Belle Chase High School students looked forward to Mr. Schill's history class. And whereas Douglas organized many innovative events such as plays, proms, pep rallies, all filled with creativeness and meticulous details. And whereas it was buying a pair of shoes, a class ring, or a prom dress, he gave all of himself to helping others in need, a great friend and humanitarian who will be missed by so many. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Plaquemines Parish Council, represented by its duly authorized chairman, Kirk M. Lapine, and by concurrence of the parish president, Amos Cormier, Jr., representing the Plaquemines Parish government, that it hereby declares May 12, 2016 as Douglas Owen Schilling Day in the parish of Plaquemines.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. I will offer and ask for unanimous second. Yeah, thank you, guys. The machine is open on the proclamation. And the proclamation is granted 9-0. I'm going to open the floor to some of my colleagues to speak. Mr. Schilling had a profound on my life. I couldn't wait to get to Mr. Schilling's class when I was at Belle Chase High School because everybody said it was a lot of fun. Well, when you got to his class, it was a lot of fun because you didn't do a lot. But he made you feel so special. He made you, as a senior, feel the light in his eyes was, he made you feel the greatest that you could ever be. He spent 44 years teaching at Belle Chase High School. I made the mistake one time of calling him and some of them my old teacher, and they corrected me and said former. So I have a bunch of former teachers out in the audience that had a profound on my life. So I'm going to ask that I know Mr. Black, Mr. Juneau, Mr. Roussel, and Ms. Salvant were personally affected by Mr. Schilling. I'm not sure that every council member knew Mr. Schilling, but if you did, he was really a great man. So I'm going to open the floor if anybody wants to speak, and I'm going to ask the family and any of the teachers who taught with Mr. Schilling would like to speak. So, anyone else?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'd
I'm
like
sorry,
to,
Mr. Botama. I
yes,
apologize.
That's fine, that's fine. I'd like to, we have a distinguished educator in our audience, the Honorable Mr. Jimmy Hoyle. I'd like to recognize him as our former superintendent, who is a true educator of Plaquemine Parish, a leader.
Mr. Black?
Yeah, I just have a couple words. It's it's amazing to see, the dedication that Mr. Schill put in. I mean, he lived and breathed Belchase High School in Plaquemines Parish. Really, he did. I mean, he's been there for a lot. He was there for a long, long time, as you can see from. I mean, he even taught Kirk Lapine and taught me. So you can really realize how many years he was actually there. But no, I just wanted to say a lot of his friends. I know his dear friends are out here in the audience, fellow teachers, and it just the things that we saw, in Plaquemines Parish happen after his passing was amazing. It was a testament to how much he actually meant to this parish, to that school, and to the students. So thank you guys for showing up, and thank you, Kurt, for introducing this. That's all.
Mr. Juneau?
Yes, I like to say, he taught my 3 boys, and today all 3 of them were teachers. He had a big influence on all their lives. And my youngest son, Cody, asked me to recommend to the Plaquemines Parish School Board to name the high school auditorium in his name, Mr. Douglas O. Schillings, which I think would be very good. Thank you.
Mr. Russo?
Yeah, as a graduate of Belchase High School, I also would like to thank Mr. Schilling and the family for all of the years and dedication that he put into Belchase High School. What I remember the most about him is not that he didn't do anything in the class, because I didn't have him for a teacher, but I do remember all of the graduations and all of the extra functions that he put together. And I can remember sitting on the floor in the bleachers and watching the music, listening to the music and watching the video or the snapshots of all of the classes. And that's what I really appreciated about it, because he went the extra effort to make sure that everybody related to the graduations and the extracurricular activity functions were part of it. And so with that, I'm happy to support this proclamation today.
Ms. Salvant?
Yes, as Mr. Roussel just stated, I too was a 1971 graduate of Belchase High School, and I was also a student of Mr. Schilling. And to know Mr. Schilling is to love him. I mean, you didn't meet Mr. Schilling and then just walk away and not remembering him. If you attended his funeral services, anybody that attended his funeral services, you would realize the impact that he had on this community, not just Belchase, Plaquemines Parish. I too was, as I said earlier, was a student, and I didn't particularly care for his witty sarcasm. And that's what he did with the students. He kind of like, he told it like it is, and if you didn't care for it, well, that was your business. You had a problem. But Mr. Schilling was loved by all. He was loved. I mean, just to know Mr. Schilling is to love him. And I, too, want to thank the family for allowing us to be a part of Mr. Schilling's life. And he meant so much to all of us. And with that, I'll move on to my colleagues.
Anyone else at the table?
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes,
may,
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Schilling made all teachers proud to be in the same profession of education that he was a part of, and I have to say that he had that gift as a teacher to make it fun for kids to learn in his class.
Thank you, Mr. Cormier. I apologize for not recognizing you, Mr. Hoyle. He's another profound effect on my life, but yes, thank you. Would anyone else from the, I'm sorry. Yes.
We have some distinguished teachers in there. I would like to have the teachers stand.
Would you stand?
These are our educators.
Who taught with Mr. Schilling, and I have to say, former teachers.
Yes.
And I'll personally recognize Miss Melvina Saez. Love you.
Ms. Hoyle.
Miss Hoyle, Miss Cynthia Hoyle, Miss Danielle Bordelon, Miss Denise Prados, former teacher, and Miss Pelgier, Miss Marty Pelgier. Thank you guys for coming. And now, if anyone would like to come to the microphone, one of his family members or something, we're going to present you with the proclamation.
Yes, my name's Larry Schilling. I'm Doug's brother, his older brother. Doug was special. He graduated from Belchester, as did all my brothers. There were 4 of us. And he went to LSU, came back, went right to Belchester High School. It was his life, the school and the students. And people would always tell me, ask me the question if I knew him, and always had something good to say. In 44 years, nobody ever said anything bad. It was just good. After the service, people came up to me and said, I had 6 kids. All of them went through, every one of them had him, and they all loved him. The lady told me her son was in hospital, and Doug was the guy that went there, stayed with him. Child finally passed away, but he was there, and he thought about his students first, always. We'll miss him. The parish will miss him. But his name will be remembered a long time. People know who I am, but when they know I'm Doug's brother, they got a bunch of questions. So I thank you for letting us come today. I thank you for the proclamation. I love your idea about the naming of the gym in his name. If that comes to be a reality, we'll be very grateful. Both Doug and the inn was a former teacher, along with the other former teachers. And when you get old enough to be a former teacher, they call you a dinosaur. And it's really been a proud moment for them because it was a uniting factor that brought them together. They were able to share the fact that they made a change in so many people's lives over the years. And together they could reminisce about that and see how students turned out as they grew up in the parish. I thank you for letting me come today, and
Larry, I want
it's
to
a
just
special.
Larry, I just want to convey a story too. Your mother, his love for his mother was incredible. She
Yes.
would come to the shop, my hair salon, and she would only pay a certain price, and Doug would supplement that price with another check. So she never knew what she paid, but he paid, and every time he came in, he slipped us a check because he wanted his mother just to pay a certain price. You know, it might be a 1950 price, but she always paid, and that's what I remember most about him. He was just an incredible man.
Well, Emma was like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And
But I
that
just-
didn't happen just there, it happened to other places.
But
And
he-
Doug would go around the back and hand some money.
But it happened, and it was really the testament to his love for his mother.
He did.
Yeah.
He did miss her
So
so
if
much.
your family's here, maybe you can come and get maybe a quick picture with us.
The teachers?
Wait, hold on. Coach Hall, would you like to say something? Sure. The teachers, I think.
Mr. Cormier, esteemed members of the council, I can't tell you on behalf of the school system how much we appreciate this day. Mr. Schilling was an excellent teacher. He was maybe, 44 years. He went to Belchase High School. He graduated from Belchase High School. It was his whole life. If we had every teacher dedicated like that, we do have the best school system in the state, but we'd have the best school system in the United States because Mr. Schilling was so dedicated. He loved his students. If you went to his class, it wasn't just going to a class, it was the event. I mean, that's what you lived for at Belchase, to go to his class. It was like you had Johnny Carson teaching you. I mean, it really was. You'd go by and the kids just couldn't wait to go to his class. And I appreciate the tribute that you all have paid to Mr. Schilling. Well deserved. Thank you. So good seeing some of you.
Thank you.
How about all of us?
Would any teachers like to make any comments? Any former teachers? No? Anyone? Okay. Would the Schilling family please come up and we'll get a picture?
It's just me. My other two brothers, one's in Georgia and one's in North Carolina, so they couldn't make it today.
Maybe the teachers. Kurt, how about the teachers to come up too? To take the picture, for the picture. For the picture, for the picture.
I've never seen those ladies at a loss for words, believe me. They chewed me out enough times to know that they talk a lot. Yeah.
We're gonna get him working again in a little while.
I forgot you worked with him. My son, my bad. My bad, I forgot you. We'll move to item 1B2. Ms. Barber, will you read that proclamation?
A proclamation proclaiming May 15, 2016 as First Baptist Church Kindergarten Day in the parish of Plaquemines. Whereas First Baptist Church will celebrate over 50 years of dedication to ministering to children's needs ages 3 to 5 in a Christian atmosphere. Whereas since 1966, First Baptist Church classrooms were designed to prepare children for going to big school using the ABECA curriculum and teaching through spiritual, mental, physical, emotional, and social development. Whereas children study the alphabet, days of the week, months of the year, and learn to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. They also learn to be kind, considerate of others, and respect authority. Whereas First Baptist Church has had 4 dedicated directors, and many of them teachers over 20 years of with teachers who have over 20 years of teaching experience. Over 3,000 children have graduated from First Baptist Church, many who have grown up to become doctors, lawyers, teachers, politicians, and outstanding citizens. Whereas First Baptist Church continues its ministry by providing a safe place where children are loved, can learn to grow, and are taught the importance of prayer and God. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Plaquemines Parish Council, represented by its duly authorized chairman, Kirk M. Lapine, and by concurrence of the parish president, Amos Cormier, Jr., representing the parish of the Plaquemines Parish government, that it hereby declares May 15, 2016 as First Baptist Church Kindergarten Day in the parish of Plaquemines.
I'll offer and ask for unanimous second. Yes. Granted. The machine is open on the proclamation. And the proclamation is granted 9-0. Okay, Ms. Barber, you have an announcement?
Yes, sir. I would like to announce that the recognition of this ministry will be held at the First Baptist Church, 8884 Highway 23 in Belle Chase on Sunday, May 15, during the morning worship service at 10:30 a.m. An open reception will be held in the church fellowship hall from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. for a time to reconnect with teachers, friends, and former students of Belle Chase Baptist Kindergarten.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. I'm going to say a few words and open it to the table. I too attended this also many moons ago. Now, I don't see any former teachers, so, but it's been many, I do see Miss Jeannie Elliott, though. She was there for a while. But it was a great organization that the Baptist Church started 50 years ago, and it continues today. So we're proud to recognize the Baptist Church kindergarten for their 50th celebration. And I will open the floor to anyone down the line who would like to say something.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Bartholomew?
the church in itself, I guess it's a replica of the faith. We knowing that Jesus Christ himself was a teacher. And that stems from the belief in his Baptist church of taking care of his little children by providing them with the opportunity to get the right venue that is needed to be successful in life, and also the compassionate for loving one another. So I want to appreciate them for those 50 years of unwavering commitment to providing the young children with that become better citizen down the highway. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any?
Yes,
Mr. Junior?
I'd like to say something. I've been living here all my life. It'll be 74 years in July. And the Baptist Church has always been there. For Hurricane Katrina, if it wouldn't have been for them, a lot of people wouldn't have been able to eat and enjoy themselves because they were all in destiny. But y'all did a great job, and you always do, and all the kids that went to you grew up to be good people. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate you on your 50 years of service to the community, to the church, and I also remember where the Red Cross and other people went into that area, and you provided meals to people, so congratulations and thank you for your contribution to the community.
Anyone else at the table?
And Mr. Chairman, the administration would also like to congratulate the Association of the Baptist Church. The edifice itself, I think, stands for the strength of its meaning in the community.
Thank you, Mr. Cormier. Anyone on the Baptist Church would like to speak? Sorry, I called you out, Miss Elliott.
Hi. Mr. Cormier, Mr. Kirk, thank you. I'm Jeannie Elliott. I'm the current director at the Baptist Kindergarten. It's the Belle Chase Baptist Kindergarten, and we live at the First Baptist Church, Belle Chase. Okay, with me I have a teacher, Miss Sue Pennison. She's been there 25 years. I have a board member, Miss Kathy Campbell. She's been there 27 years. I have with me the original director, Miss Carol Campbell's daughter, Miss Emily Campbell. And we really thank you for acknowledging us, and we thank you for all that you've done. Our children are from the community, and you are our community, and thank you for all you do for us, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Elliott. Don't go away. We're going to get a quick picture with you. Okay?
Oh, we will.
Hold on, Mr. Henry. You want something to say?
Yes,
Tell
yes.
the people.
My nephew went to the Baptist kindergarten. Matter of fact, when you were reading that they all became doctors, lawyers. But guess what? My nephew became one of the first NFL players in the whole parish of Plaquemine. Christopher Henry.
All right.
All right. Football time.
Urban's got it.
Football time. Yes.
I didn't want to say it on camera.
We're going to be here till 7:30.
Look, I was going to see if Benny was going to hug him this morning. Well, he used to screw him, but I think he would at least.
agenda, the paper copy was the previous.
I tell you, huh?
I might be eating Popeyes tonight.
Ready? Ms. Barber, we will move to item 7H. Requested Mr. Russo.
Discussion on possible litigation by the administration.
Nope, I'm sorry, I apologize, With 7?
7E.
7E, 7E.
Update on borrow pit monitoring and sales tax collection. Councilmember Roussel.
Yes, we've had this on the agenda several times, and we've been waiting anxiously for some type of update, and now I understand that we have the individuals here with us today that are going to make a presentation, or at least an update as to where we stand on the issue of monitoring and sales tax collections. As you know, this has been an issue that has been looked at and talked about, and so with that, I'll turn it over to...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Roussel. Randy Oster on behalf of the Borrow Pit Inspection. Recently, as many of you may know, there's been somewhat of a changing of the guard, if you will, with regard to those that will be dealing with at the legal department. Mr. Shane Landry has been exhibiting a lot of leadership with us in the past, and he's now turning those reins over to Ms. Betty Welsh, that we just recently met with, myself and Mr. Claude Silverman, who's here today with us from the auditing firm of Erickson Crantel. So we just met with Ms. Betty just recently, I believe it was Tuesday. We've recently been provided some updates or numbers from both the finance department as well as the permit department on monies that's been collected to date, or at least through 2015. So the next step we want to do moving forward is we have a meeting scheduled with both of those departments along with Ms. Betty next Tuesday, so that we can basically make sure that those numbers coordinate with each of the departments. If they don't, we're going to look into why that might be the case. Moving forward even further with that, we are establishing a plan so that we can look at amount of monies that's been remitted from various borrow pit owners, which ones have come from which pits, and get an itemized list. Previously, well, to date, they send in a check only. So we're looking to establish a plan to see how we could try to substantiate that to make sure on behalf of the parish these monies that are remitted are fair and reasonable. So that's recently Mr. Silverman with the auditing firm has just been given a task order to come on board to assist in that measure, not only just from the road use fees, but as well as any potential sales tax issues, which frankly we haven't really gone much with the sales tax issues because we have to date issued reports on non-compliances, looking at who has sent what fees, permit fees, yearly permit fees to date, and also what road use fees. So we're moving forward with establishing some guidelines on how we may want to pursue that further. So again, we're meeting with Ms. Betty as well as representatives of the finance department and the permit department. And I have Mr. Claude Silverman here to introduce him because he's just coming up, being given a recent task order, and I was going to ask him just to talk a little bit about his task and how he'll be assisting the team.
Well, as was mentioned, we're just, again, getting started back onto the process of formalizing how the monies are coming in. We've got very preliminary, summarized information on the numbers. You know, the hope is, once we meet with the finance department, you get some detailed numbers outlining the source of funds that have come in, who they've come in for, what period of time we have it. We've already gotten the documentation going back on the original ordinance. We know what we should be getting, and we're going to start matching up those items between what we should be receiving, what we have been receiving, and calculating whatever deficiencies that we note. And in addition to that, we're suggesting that going forward that we develop a more formalized process so that the monies can be remitted more easily. Right now, it's very informal. Checks come in. There's really not a structure in place. And I think that that would be something to more completely determine what comes in and that we get all the monies that we're due going forward. So at this point, that's all I have to report. If there are any questions, certainly be willing to entertain them.
Just as a point of clarification, you say you were starting back on the project. You were originally tasked on the project, and then you had a hiatus, or you had a break in the work?
We were originally engaged some time back. We were never issued a formal task order. The first phase was from the engineering side to go in and do some inspections, quantify what borrow pits were there, which ones were subject to collections, basically compliance check from the pit side. At this point, we were brought in to do the accounting portion of the engagement.
Are you going to utilize any of the Corps of Engineers figures for cubic yards of dirt coming out of the pits to verify the figures that are being remitted to the parish?
At some level, we are going to have to rely on, whether it's from the Corps of Engineers or whether it's from the engineering firm that was engaged, we are going to have to look at what volume of material was removed so that we have some basis to check whether we've got a completeness of remittance. Because the road use fee is based on what's been removed and delivered off premises.
So moving forward, since you've just started, and Randy, you've been here a while, when are we going to get a report to actually kind of get a feel for we're in the right track?
From the accounting side, I would say once we meet on Tuesday and I know what we're dealing with, I'll be in a better position to map out what the program and process and timeline will be.
Well, I have this on the agenda every other meeting, so that's like a once-a-month report. So I'm hoping that, in a month from now, 30 days or so, we'll be able to get a feedback as to making some type of progress as
Sure.
to knowing where we're at.
Absolutely. Not a problem.
Okay.
Any other questions from the table?
Just one other comment, Councilman Russo. You made a good point that, for example, utilizing maybe some information or resources from the Corps of Engineers, that is certainly one avenue to pursue. But there's also the conceivable possibility that maybe not all the material necessarily went to a Corps of Engineers job. So all we're looking to find out is where did it go first and how much left. So that's certainly one avenue. That's just what I want to point out to you. But I feel within a month, we probably should give you some better information.
Right, but then that's the part of the compliance that you're dealing with, right?
That's correct.
So in other words, those trucks that are going into New Orleans, you keeping track of that?
We would monitor that and report on it. So when you say keeping track of it, I wasn't really sure what you were talking about there.
Well, our ordinance requires that those pits be utilized for in-parish
Inside, that's
levies.
correct. That's correct.
In the parish.
That's
And
correct.
if not, then they would be subject to backfill.
That's correct.
So it's
That's
my
correct.
understanding that if you have some non-compliance trucks leaving the parish, that would be an issue of non-compliance?
And that would be correct in my interpretation as well. And not only that, I believe there are some reports that I've actually noted, some where we have cited them going outside of the parish. And even if it was another Corps of Engineers job, it needs to be a parish, it needs to be a job inside the parish borders.
Right.
So.
And I see Geisler behind you. You got a check or something, Geisler?
Salute.
Will you yield the microphone?
I think by the next Bell Chase meeting, we should have a little bit more information.
On that same note, of the same point Mr. Russo is making there, so how can we couldn't be sure or assured that this is going to be an ongoing process, and the folks that should be backfilling, how are we going to enforce them, and how all of this is going to work out?
What I can say as far as that, Ms. Audrey, is the backfilling really comes in when those pits are no longer operating. So that could be some time. So
But if they're
when-
taking dirt
Yes, ma'am.
out of the parish and not using them on levies, then that's a violation, so.
Okay, I see what you're saying, yeah, and we would be talking about that further with the legal department to see what type of issuance we can apply. But I see what your point is. If they cite it as going outside of the parish, yes, that's a good point.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
And who's going to monitor them, or who is monitoring them as of now? It's my understanding that people have cited these trucks at 10, 11 o'clock at nighttime going out of the parish. So is there going to be a 24-hour monitoring, or how is that going to work?
No, there wouldn't be a 24-hour monitoring, but if I could be made aware of it, I could try to adjust the schedule and actually do some monitoring accordingly. It doesn't take 24 hours, for example,
Right,
Ms.
correct.
Nicole cited.
Right.
If, for example, I'm aware that somebody's hauling at night, I have no problem with trying to go and inspect that.
Okay,
If it's
thank
10,
you.
11 o'clock at night, because you're right, a lot of the hauling operations do occur at night. And that's for public safety type reasons, too. Now, granted, it's at night where you may, then that's because you have considerably less traffic, but that is a good point. If we're made aware of it, anybody wants to come through your office and you go to, in this case, Ms. Betty, we'll certainly look to adjust our schedules and handle that accordingly for you.
Thank you.
So you're welcome.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Rand, as far as completion of a pit, it's my understanding that the pit can be operated, and getting to Ms. Audrey's question, as far as backfilling, that pit can come up to a 80% occupancy or completion, and it could sit there and not be backfilled because it is not 100% excavated, correct?
My understanding, according to the ordinance, is simply a matter of days in which there is no operations. I wasn't aware of anything with regard to a percentage of capacity that has been
Because
excavated
The
or
reason I
not.
said that,
Yeah.
before, 3-4 years ago, when I asked a question about a particular pit was supposed to be completed and finished,
Okay.
it came back to me, no, that pit was only 95% dug, it was not 100% dug. So therefore, they didn't have to start backfilling process.
I'd certainly be interested in seeing what ordinance that particular
So that might be
regulation
a-
came
a
from with
way
regard to
for-
capacity.
Not the backfill.
As far as a guideline of being completed capacity, I don't remember seeing anything in the 2012 ordinance. It's
Right.
more guided towards how many days a particular pit is not in operation. Now, keep in mind also that the 2012 ordinance also specifically exempts certain locations on the West Bank.
Right.
All I can tell you is what was in the 2012 ordinance. What prompted that being included into that ordinance, I really
Mr. Bartholomew?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I have a proposition, I guess, or something we need to look into. It's possible doing a trust fund from each one of those pits and make them develop a trust fund at a bank to make sure that the money is available when they finish to do that process rather than them claiming bankruptcy and leaving here, we stuck with a hole. If there's any kind of way we can develop some legislation for that legal-wise, to make them pay so much each time to make enough that they can have in a trust fund to close those pits that are required to be closed.
If I'm understanding what you're saying, I would think that that could be covered through the bond that they have to submit on a
Well,
yearly
we need
basis.
to make
We'll
sure
look
that
at
they
it
put the
too.
money in the trust fund, and it stays in the bank and never get done until the job is finished.
If that's what the ordinance states, then we can go ahead.
Yeah,
and-
but it's not being done, I don't think.
Well, I'm not sure if it states that, but we can see if it does.
I'm just
It's-
saying, that's what needs to be done.
I agree.
And that'll protect the parish as far as the landholds are concerned, of those pits that are required to be filled. And you know that they're gonna get filled because the money is there in the trust fund for that purpose.
Or anyone else? Oh, thank you.
I will take that in consideration when we meet with the Permit and Finance Department Tuesday.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Will you yield to Ms. Geisler behind
Yes.
you?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Chairman of the Council, council members. We started a project last year to review the income or revenues on borrow pits for the parish. We compiled a list with information that we received from the permits departments, and there were other entities that we looked at to get those, a listing of those pits. Gary W. Lambert is the auditing firm that works with the sales tax department for the parish. And I have Mr. Patrick Johnston here. He's representing Lambert, and their company actually performed the audits. And I'm going to yield to him so that he can give you an update on the audits that was conducted.
Good afternoon, Chairman members, committee members and Mr. Chairman. My name is Patrick Johnston. I'm with Gary W. Lambert Company, like Ms. Sal had just mentioned. And we were tasked with identifying and conducting sales and use tax compliance audits on the entities that were involved in the excavation of aggregate that was utilized in the building and repair of levees. We identified 18 entities that needed to be, or possibly needed to be, examined during the process. Of those 18 entities, we have concluded all the auditing phases to it. We've done all the field work, and we've compiled all the reports, and all the reports have been submitted to the collector. The collector has assessed all of these 18 companies, and of those 18 companies, you have a variety of different results that came out of it. We had discovered through the identification process and the auditing process that of the 18 entities that we identified, 10 of those companies either had no activity during the examination period, or they were correctly collecting and remitting the tax as per the parish ordinance and the state statutes. There were two of the companies that were assessed already remitted the taxes that were found deficient through the audit. We have 2 examinations that are currently in the litigation process, and we have 4 examinations that we are currently in the collection process. And that basically means that they have been assessed, that they received a proposed assessment and also a formal assessment, and as per their right, they have requested a hearing with the collector, and through that process, we're discussing with them, looking at additional information that they wish to provide in order to substantiate their position as to whether something is taxable or not. And we are very close to finalizing those 4 companies that we call in the collection process at this point in time. As Ms. Sal mentioned, we use the Plaquemines Parish Permitting Division, the Army Corps of Engineer, their technical documents, the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality, and the Louisiana Department of Natural Resources in order to establish what entities may have or needed to be addressed during this project. And so basically at this point in time, the auditing and the reporting process is done. We're either in the collection phase, or in a couple of cases, the cases have been brought before the Board of Tax Appeals.
Two have been, 10 had no activity or had complied. 2 assessed, have remitted taxes. 2 were, what is the other 2?
Two are in litigation. These 2 companies went through the assessment process, and the assessment process starts with a proposed assessment. The company has the ability to request a hearing within 30 days or to file with the Board of Tax Appeals. If we don't hear anything, or if the collector doesn't hear anything from them within 30 days, then she issues a formal assessment. And after a formal assessment is issued, they once again have 30 days to pay the assessment or to file with the Board of Tax Appeals. And in these 2 cases, the companies didn't respond to any of the assessments or any of the requirements that they had in regards to what their obligations were in requesting hearings and things of that nature. So what happens at that point is our attorney, who's not here today, but basically he goes before the Board of Tax Appeals, and obviously the company that's involved also has the opportunity to show up and present their side of it. But in both cases, we didn't see anyone from the other side, and so the judge of the Board of Tax Appeals issued a rule basing judgment for Plaquemines Parish government.
And those are the 2 you talk about that are in litigation?
Yes, sir. 2 of them are in litigation, and the 4 others are, they're in a collection process. And they're at different degrees of a point of settlement. I mean, we have a couple of companies that we've basically been talking to, and we're in agreement, and they may be closed as early as next week, but certainly all 4 of them should be done within the next couple of months.
So I guess to sum this up in my mind, and not asking for divulging of confidential information, as a pool of money that has been a result of us taxing this material, does it pay our cost to go after them?
I believe it does. Now, there was a level of compliance. It's not a situation where these landowners, these excavators, these contractors weren't compliant to the point of 0%. During the audit period, through the basis of our audits, we found that they actually collected and remitted $436,000. Now, the deficiencies we found were more in the neighborhood of $900,000, $950,000. So although they were compliant, they weren't compliant to the level that they should be. Some of that has to do with interpretation of the law. One of the major issues right now has to do with handling and loading costs. And the interpretation that many of these companies are taking is that if it's billed separately, they don't consider that part of the sale. But the statutes of the state of Louisiana, 4731, and also the parish ordinances base the taxes based on the sales price, which includes whatever costs it takes to bring the product to market, and it lists on there including handling and loading costs and things of that nature. So the other issues are in relation to sales to the federal government. Many times the sales are directly to the federal government. Many times they're in relation to sales to the contractor, but they have a legitimate agency agreement with the federal government, rendering it a tax-exempt transaction.
And that we're finding some of both?
Yes, sir. We found some directly sales to the federal government, and some that had legitimate exemption or agency agreements with the federal government.
So we potentially could collect another $900,000?
Yes, sir. The ones that are in collection process, and we feel pretty good about, come out to be the amount is going to be around $472,000, and the cases that are in litigation are $440,000.
Okay. Good. You got that money, Tommy?
Okay. Anyone else from the table? Audience? I know you're ready, Mr. Lawrence. Come on up.
It's Warren Lawrence, Meadow Grove. This has been going on with me for 6 years, from the previous council, and I think just what Mr. Roussell's asking on is not the sales tax, but the road use fee. It's supposed to be weighed. They know it's 3 cents a ton. There's no tracking. I've tried everything on my own trying to get this brought to light. I can't believe we've wasted this much time and now we're getting an auditor to start to look at it. This is ridiculous. Secondly, I have put myself on the line. You know, the engineer says, call him. I called Mr. Roussell when he was the chairman of the council. I called Mr. Amos Cormier. And I followed trucks from the borrow pit to private land, wasn't out the parish, listed 5 trucks delivering to this site. I asked Mr. Roussell to come out. I asked Mr. Cormier to come out. They wasn't available to come out. Mr. Cormier did send an inspector out. I called the engineer. He did come out and witness it. And I'm still unable to find out the charges that have been made against that borrow pit. I've been threatened about it. And I said, that mud came out of the borrow pit. The engineer verified what I said. That borrow pit operator has never been cited. And that's what I'm saying. You know, when you go out, you ask the public to look. And I witnessed the trucks going out the parish and followed them, documented it, asked the engineer to meet me and do the same thing, and he did. Yet I don't see action. This 3 cents a ton, they're supposed to turn in a report every November, every pit operator, exactly how many tons they have put into this parish. You show me the reports. And this is what the ordinance says. You know, if it sounds like I'm frustrated, you're right. Because we are supposed to be in a financial crunch. That's what y'all tell us. And I've been chasing finances for 6 years to no avail. And, you know, I will not quit, though. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Lawrence, let me just clarify one thing. You did call me, and I didn't come and see you, but I did follow the truck, and I did inform the inspector, and I did take a picture, and I know right where the dirt went.
Yes.
So make you feel any better.
Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you. It
Right.
does make
Well,
me feel
I don't
better.
report to you all the time what I do, but
Right.
I did do that, and I'll bring up Meyer Engineers again and ask him
Right.
what's the status of the report that you're looking for.
Right.
Wait, we-
Hold on,
wait,
hold on,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Let Maya speak first. He asked the question.
I better not sit down, 'cause I won't be able to come
I
back.
do remember the incident. I can go back and look at my daily reports that I would have done based on that, and I would certainly recover that and forward it back. Do remember the incident, don't remember exactly what the report said
No,
that
no,
day. but-
I understand the incident, and I reported to you, and
Right.
we all did our little thing.
Right.
What he's asking for, though, is how come someone has not been cited for violation of not paying the road use fee? That's what he's really asking, correct?
That is correct.
So that's what we're looking for, is some type of report. So I don't want everything to get lost in the shuffle about who did
Right.
what and where we went. We just want to know, is there going to be a report generated on the road use fee and who's
Now,
violated
There
it?
probably was one generated, is what I'm saying. I'll go back and confirm that, forwarding it on, and I don't know if Shane could comment as to, okay, what happened after that? Was it cited? I don't remember, but we're just going to have to go back and research that. And it's,
Well, this will be on
it's a
the
point
agenda
noted.
again.
And may I make one more comment and ask that the report be given on a per borrow pit basis. Okay? Not just generally.
Yes.
But on each borrow pit.
Thank you,
The point, Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Dalby.
I don't know how else to say this. Let's stop chasing our tail. We know what we need, we know what's out there. We have a administration that can enforce the issue, and that's all that needs to happen. The council have made a request, ordinance is in place. We've hired you, the council have taken action. We've hired your engineering company.
Correct. Reports are done on a per-pit basis. I don't know where anybody wants to come from that says they're not. Provide some substantiation that says they are not being reported and sent in on a per-pit basis.
Right, but the reason
They
that
are
she's
sent
saying
in
that
on
is
a
because
per-
we are being bombarded by one particular pit on the East Bank that has not been finished. That report is
That's
why.
correct. That is correct. That is correct.
So
Yes,
when
I'm
we
not
get
gonna
that
deny that.
report, then you can stand up there and say they've been completed.
Right, and we shouldn't be, the council shouldn't be in a position like pulling teeth.
But it's the.
We shouldn't have to come here and request this all the time. This should
That's
be
correct.
forthcoming to us.
That's correct. And I wasn't taking exception to what you said, Ms. Audrey. It was just a fact and clarify. They are turned in on a per-pit basis.
And-
Have they all been turned in? No, I will acknowledge that. But
And
they
what-
are done on a per-pit basis. Now, if anybody wants to insinuate it's done otherwise, this is the first I'm ever hearing of this, that it's being done otherwise, other than a per-pit basis.
I have a question to legal and the administration. Once these reports are turned in, what's being done? What's the follow-up? If Mr.
Randy?
Mr. Randy, I'm
It's all
sorry,
right.
is providing these reports and there is non-compliance issues, what kind of action are we taking?
The administration is taking.
The administration, yes, I'm sorry.
Councilman Williams, the reports that we received were screened, and we sent out, Ms. Amitra sent out the yellow stickers. We cited them for it. If you'll recall, when I was handling this particular thing, my policy was to get a wrap on around it and get it moving, and so we went after the low-hanging fruit. And that was the compliance issues that Randy spoke about. You know, things like fence violations, sign violations, things you can see that were easy, and he wrote reports on those, and we examined them. Now, of course, there are several of the pits that have sort of, I call them sweetheart deals, but they have little settlements that they entered into with the last administration where they settled different litigation. And so there's various degrees of exemption from the ordinance. And each one of those has to be looked at individually. And so what we did is when we would get a report, we follow the ordinance, it goes to Ms. Amitra, she sends it to me, she sends it to y'all, we come back, we tell y'all what we're going to do about it, and then we go out and we cite it like in an abatement process. The problem is the ordinance gives you only 10 days once you get cited, and then it's sudden death right there on the borrow pit. So there is a little bit of issue, and what Mr. Leffelholtz wanted us to do was to play nice, is what he said. And so to give them a little time to fix it.
No, I think we need to abide by the ordinance.
Well, Mr. Levelholtz is not here now, so things can change. But at the time, his suggestion was, and he brought all the Borrow Pit people together, and he wanted the situation to be dealt with amicably. And so what we did is we sent out letters and said, look, this is what we got. Do you have a way to fix this, what you want to do? And so we got them to fix the fences and to come into compliance, and then we settled usually for a less amount than we probably could have gotten, but that's what happened.
I just want to make one clarification.
Yes, sir.
This was not with Randy. Randy makes his reports on every pit individually.
Right.
I have copies of many of his reports. It's after he makes his report what happens to it. That has never been returned on an individual basis, that X borrow pit sold mud unauthorized. What action was taken on that? That's what I'm looking for, an individual. Which permits were not permitted annually, that the pit still operated? That's what I'm looking at. What is that money? Why is one pit paying $1,000 for a permit, and some of the pits are paying $10,000 for a permit because you call it a fish pond? And it's all I say is the ordinance, and by charter, you made the ordinance. It is administration's responsibility to enforce the ordinance, and that's not being done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
To my knowledge, the fish pond issue is being looked at. It's more complicated.
6 years.
I wasn't here for 6 years, Mr. Lawrence, and neither was Miss Betty. The fact of the matter is, the fish pond issue is a little bit more complicated than just saying, oh, you have a fish pond, but you're selling sand out of it. The sand belongs to the owner of the land, okay? If they get a valid fish pond, they could do what they want with what they take out of the fish pond hole. It becomes a fact issue and a survey issue. You got to be able to get on the land and so on and so forth to measure how big the hole is and see if it is such a big hole that it goes against, that it triggers the borrow pit ordinance. And so, you know, law is tricky that way.
Okay.
Well, you know, I'm sure you have some comments. But the point is, it's not quite as simple as just, oh, he's got a hole and he sold some of the dirt out of it. There's a lot more involved in terms of the investigation that has to go into that. So I think, to be fair, this administration is moving in that direction and is working on it. I mean, so there you go.
Thank you, Shane. Ms. Wilcox?
Yes. Michelle Wilcox, I have a question for Ms. Saul. Are y'all going back to when the pits first opened, from when they first started selling dirt and collecting the permit fees and the impact fees, everything that goes with that, or are you just starting from last year?
Ms. Geisler, would you come to the mic, please? Go ahead, Ms. Keegan.
The books were looked from the time that the pit started to 2015. And the findings that we found was during those periods. Any other questions?
Yeah, so if they didn't pay when they started, are we collecting that from them now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I know we have 5 that have paid the $10,000 and only 2 that have paid the $1,000. And the rest of them, there's nothing that comes up on any of the books. And that's with the Louisiana Department of Revenue, not your books. Talking about Louisiana Department of Revenue. So I was just wondering how that was being collected.
Well, I don't have anything to do with the permit
Mhm.
amounts.
Right.
We're looking at sales and use taxes.
Right.
So that is what my report was based upon.
Okay.
Okay, and I understand that, but to go get your occupational license,
Mhm.
you have to have it based on what you sold the year before, am I correct? For that? That's usually what it's based on. If you don't know what that pit was selling, how do we know that the occupational license fee is what it should be, which in turn, are the permit fees being correctly done? Because like you said, some of them are fish ponds, some of them are crawfish ponds, whatever they may be. Whatever they owe from when they first started, I think that we should collect on. And I can just tell you just by the estimate, and she corrected me last time with the sales tax being a little high, it's still in the $1 million range. We have no money. Why aren't we going to get this from them? And if we're not, shut them down. Some of them still don't have scales. They don't have anybody monitoring when they leave and not. You go down the road and those trucks are flying. I mean flying. So to say that they're staying inside that levy range is bull. Bull. And we know which ones are doing it. Thank you.
All right.
And this young lady is
Excuse me?
Go to the mic, Mr. Guy, if you want to talk.
I'm just wondering if we're getting the road use taxes from these people.
No, we're not.
We're not.
And again, I don't monitor the road tax.
We understand.
All we're here is for sales
Still
and
trying to
use
figure out
tax.
who
So
does
Gisela,
I
we
don't know who you would have
understand
to
you.
speak
You're
to
doing
for
your
that.
job.
You're doing what you
We understand that. But I don't think Ms. Wilcox is a rocket scientist.
Nope.
You know, but everything she's saying is absolutely correct. So why are we,
If we
as I
can't-
said earlier, we keep,
Right. If we're going to collect the usage for the trucks, there has to be a scale when they leave out of there to tell you how much they weigh. So in order for her to collect the right amount, she's got to know what they weigh in. If we don't know what they weigh in, how are we supposed to collect that? I mean, we can't go down there and do that, although I think women would do it better. That's just my opinion, but we're more efficient that way. We need to collect that. This is revenue that we're missing. I can promise you, out of the 36 pits in this parish, some that are functioning, some that are not, 5 and 6 of the sand pits, I can tell you what their acreage is, what the Louisiana Department of Revenue has down that they've paid, which is not much. And as far as being exempt, I went and sat down with the Corps of Engineers, and I've sat down with the LDR. There are stipulations, but they still have to pay. So while it's exempt, there are people in between, your third-party contractor, that has to pay, and that usage fee comes from here. We're in the hole? Collect the borrow pit tax. If they don't collect it, shut them down until they pay. Follow the money and get them where it hurts. They're going to have to do something sooner or later, period.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, Ms. Hill.
I mean, it's as simple as this. Once you become knowledgeable of something and you don't take any action on it, be it negative or positive, you're aiding and abetting. So, I mean, it's just simple as that.
Ms. Sir?
Well, I was just going to, as you mentioned, we're talking about two separate things. We're talking about the road usage, and we're talking about sales tax. The sales tax and how you conduct a sales tax examination is based off the financial statements. So you're looking for sales. You're looking at the revenue accounts. You're looking to see if they're charging the correct tax based on their financial statements. The road use tax is a totally separate issue.
Right, I understand that too, and so I, feel comfortable that at the next meeting in a month from now, you'll come back and give us a real detailed report about that. But the question I guess everybody needs to ask is, who is responsible for collecting the road use tax? Who is it?
Yeah, and
It's supposed to go
I have no idea
to
about that.
permits, and then it goes to finance from there. They're supposed to bring a check every November for the road use
Okay.
fee, it's a fee, and bring it to permits, and that's where it's supposed to go.
Mr. Metcalf?
The road use tax portion of this is what, when we put the pieces together finally with the other personnel that are needed and required and provided for under the new ordinance, these were the things that we looked forward to with anticipation of increasing in dollar amount for the year 2015. And this was basically, to be honest, up until the point that we were able to put all the pieces together and the players together, for lack of a better term, under the new ordinance. It was more or less last year, self-reporting, we collected $75,732.03 in road use fees. And it's very important to make the distinctions there. Under the new ordinance, this is not a tax. Now, it would be my thoughts on this thing, since we do have all the pieces together and we have an active program now, this is paid once a year, late in the year, we could look forward to that amount increasing, hopefully expeditiously, because we do have the players and the pieces in place as provided for under the current ordinance to monitor these things better and increase that amount. So that's what we're looking forward to. And just further information, to date, we have collected in annual fees $30,000 as of 5/11/2016 in annual renewal fees, which is the $10,000 amount.
Thank you.
So I guess the question is there anybody delinquent in annual renewal fees?
At this particular point, there are 2 left outstanding, and they are due actually now.
And
So-
do you feel comfortable with the amount of road usage fees that have been collected to balance out to what has been taken out of the pits?
Well, and that would go to monitoring, because at this point, they're not due till late in the year, so we really don't know what they are. Now, we're anticipating that they will increase because there is the monitoring function in place now.
And so going back to the original question of here, or someone in the audience, are you going back to day one when they started taking out the
And
dirt?
that's a good point, because Mr. Landry can correct me, but Mr. Lawrence is correct. There are provisions under the new ordinance to not only regulate the borrow pits that were written under that ordinance, but to also bring other existing borrow pits into compliance with the new ordinance, which would mean $10,000 renewal fees, proper road use fees, which to my belief, on most of the older existing pits, aren't being collected at all.
Yeah, and
So-
that's something that needs to be looked into, if the older pits are not paying the road use fee, because the road use fee is based off of using the road. That's what triggers it, and it applies to everybody using the road and hauling that heavy stuff on it. That's why it's there.
So you went back to the original ordinance 2012, and you start collecting at that point? Or start assessing at that point?
Shane, that's my understanding, but maybe...
Yeah, I mean, if you can do some forensic accounting and you can figure out that something needed to have been...
Well, we haven't done it yet.
Has not yet been done, no,
It is,
sir.
I don't, and you would speak more, you would have...
Obviously,
from a
we don't
more
have the answer
informed
today,
perspective
and
than
we're
I
not
would.
going to get it today because you say you don't know. So at the next monthly meeting, which will be not this next meeting, but the meeting after that back here in Belle Chase, if that's where we wind up meeting, I think we should have a report on the road use fee and a comfortability factor to when we started and what's left.
May I just say something? When we were looking at and assessing the 2012 ordinance, we all talking about the weight and about the amount that's being taken out of the pits. It didn't specify that each pit needed to have a weight scale. It just said that they had to have some kind of monitoring in place to report to us how much was going to be taken out of the pits. So that is one of our biggest challenges, because some pits have scales, some does not, but we have no mechanism in place or nothing in the ordinance in place to say that we can enforce a scale at every pit. And that's one of the biggest problems with.
So let me ask you this, you have an engineer that can convert tonnage to
And
weight and
that's
then
what we
assess
were,
them based on
We
that?
have Mr. Randy Ostelet.
Well, then I think they need to do
That's going to be one
that.
of the task orders for him.
And if I may, Mr. Roussel, that is one of the strategies that has been discussed, is to acquire the tickets that go to the levies, because before they put the dirt on the levee, they get a ticket. And so from that, you can tell, how many loads, and you can get some notion of the square footage. And then presumably, Mr. Randy would be able to tell, at least in a roundabout fashion, what the tonnage would be. Now, each load doesn't have usable dirt in it, though. See, that's the thing. I mean, in terms of tonnage for road use fee, that's how much you drive on the road with. That's where the assessment comes in.
That's where the scale should be required.
Well, we might can change the ordinance to require a scale. That might be something.
All right, thank you. I'm going to wrap this up, Randy.
One more
'cause-
quick, okay.
Quickly.
Excuse me,
One more thing.
Mr.
We're gonna
Cole,
wrap it up.
just one statement on that. The ordinance is written in a very dangerous manner, in my opinion. I was hoping we wouldn't have to get there. It says the road use fees is collective on 3 cents per ton equivalent. I'm already playing our hand. The borrow pit owners could probably make the case that, Randy, I don't have to show you a weight ticket. I can show you a yardage ticket, and we converted it accordingly. Now, I would come into play saying if I think if it's a fair conversion or not. We can't say, according to my interpretation, you got to have a scale out there. As long as they say, if this 3 cents per ton equivalent, that's dangerous. But I could not definitively say, you can only give me weight tickets. They can say, here's my yardage tickets that we provided, or here's my cross-sections from the pit that's left. Now, you, Randy, converted to tonnage like we have, and we need to agree on that.
I would
That's what-
recommend that we maybe look into
might need to
amending the
look into it.
ordinance.
But anyway, I just wanted to point that out,
Thank you.
because it's, that word equivalent is very dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to wrap this up because we don't have any answers, and maybe next meeting, like Mr. Russo said, we'll have a few more answers. Thank you, Ms. Dees. We'll move to, real quickly, Mr. We're going to move to 7H. Real quick, Ms. Barber.
Discussion on possible litigation by the administration against the port for a mandamus/public records request violation. Councilmember Roussel.
Yes, the reason I wanted to move to this was that I want to know that if the administration is satisfied with the production of documents under the public records request, I can withdraw this item from the agenda, or is it something still in the making?
We were informed that the document would be produced to us, yes.
So at this time, I will withdraw H, and if there be need to reintroduce it at the next meeting, I will put it back on the agenda.
Will do.
Thank you. We'll move to item 1C, status report by the parish president. Mr. Cormier?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was attended the other day at the RPC meeting, and I was really impressed with some of the information that was dispersed. And so I wanted to invite Mr. Tim Osborne with NOAA. I think he has some pertinent information relating to Plaquemines Parish and our future. And so I will bypass my report and turn it over to Mr. Osborne.
You yielding to Mr. Osborne.
Okay, thank you very much. It feels like we're going to have a faculty meeting here soon. As a son of a school teacher, taught English for 42 years, and a son of a high school principal that taught and was a principal for 38 years, my mother actually taught me my senior year of high school, and she gave me a B. I asked her what was wrong with it, and she said, you deserved it. So I really give credit to the council and to the administration for the recognition of education in the parish. And in fact, that's kind of why I wanted to actually bring this up to you in quick order. The nature of this is the fact that June 1st is the start of the hurricane season. If you remember, and you do, you've lived the 2005 hurricane season. In the Atlantic Basin, we had 31 depressions, tropical depressions, 28 tropical storms, 15 hurricanes, and we had 7 major hurricanes, Cat 3, 4, and 5. So we've had actually a fairly big lull in the years to come. But I just wanted to point out at the start of the June 1 season, the Pacific Basin, which is our kindred basin just to the west of us, in 2015, just think about the 2005 figures. 2015, we had 31 tropical depressions, 10 tropical storms, 16 hurricanes, and 11 major hurricanes in the Pacific Basin last year. And in fact, you remember Hurricane Patricia. Patricia was the most severe hurricane ever recorded by NOAA, and I am with NOAA, the National Oceanic atmospheric administration, with sustained winds of 215 miles an hour versus Katrina's at 175. So is preparedness come June 1 an important part that we need to put into our governments, in both state, federal, and national and local level? It sure is. Is the level of activity in the hurricane season something that we are seeing actually less of? It's not. Last year we saw with the Pacific Basin during El Nino activity that actually rivaled that of 2005. So if you go, where am I? Okay, next slide. If you look, what's the situation here in terms of the landscape? Plaquemines Parish boundary, and please correct me if I'm wrong, or just, if you will, roughly about 2,500 square miles in terms of the jurisdiction of Plaquemines Parish. I think about 800 square miles of land area, something in that neighborhoods, is part of the Southeast Louisiana Basin, or area of discussion that we're having today. 50% of New Orleans, the Orleans Parish area today, is at or below sea level today. District 9. District 9, and you know, as you well, with your surveyors and with your parish engineer, actually a significant part of District 9 is at or below sea level today, within the levees. And guess what? It works. People got up, they went to work, they're going to bed tonight. Living at or below sea level is not necessarily a bad thing if you actually have everything in place to do it. Flood protection levees, stormwater drainage, adequate highways. You know, you've worked a lot in terms of maintaining, upgrading, and improving your highway and transportation in and out of the parish. These are all very good things. These are all very good things. And in fact, 60% of Orleans Parish population lives at or below sea level today. And it's just going to continue to grow. Plaquemines Parish is just like that as well, just like Jefferson Parish, just like St. Bernard Parish, St. Charles Parish, Lafourche, Terrebonne. So this is not a Plaquemines issue. This is a coast-wide issue. And one of the things I'm going to actually show you, next slide please, is that if you have no flood protection, and this is actually right up the road in Bayou Gauche of St. Charles Parish. It's outside of their parish levee system. The slides and the presentation you have, that water on that road is high tide. It's not a storm, not a strong wind, it's just a high tide every day or most of the days that you get in terms of seeing road and that community of Bayou Gauche having water go across it into the yards. So next slide. If you look at New Orleans East, how many have seen this neighborhood in New Orleans East? This is a New Orleans East neighborhood where the homes, and we're talking about hundreds of homes, they were all built well. And in fact, there's 30 and 40-foot deep piles underneath this house that was actually built for stability of the foundation. Did a really good job. Well, of course, in the development of this neighborhood, who's going to build piles underneath the driveway? You just pour the concrete on the driveway and it connects to the garage. This is about 25 years after the construction is complete and the people have been living there. The driveway is now about 3 feet lower. The garage no longer works and everyone turns it into an extra family room. This is an example of the kind of land movement that we're seeing throughout this entire coastal area. Next. And if you go back to the 1930s, there's actually today about 6 steps to go down on the south shore of the breakwaters to get to the water. In the 1930s, there was over 13 steps. So the visible evidence is out there. And in a lot of ways, going back to this theme of education and back to the responsibilities that you are actually carrying out, being aware of these processes are very important. Next. Why? Because as elevations move down, as sea levels move up, and we have none of this has to do with climate change. Let's take that off the table. Climate change is this political hot button. We don't need to talk about that. If you look at sea level rise in Pensacola versus here, it's the same thing. It is about 2 to 3 millimeters a year. We've always had ice ages. We've always had the Gulf of Mexico all the way up where Tallahassee was a beach community at one time. And then it has retreat. This is a geological, long-lived process at play. The whole debate about climate change is really not relevant, because it's really then a matter of, okay, well, who's contributing to the accelerating climate change? We don't need to get into that, because if we just look at the current processes and your investment to essentially deal with the current present processes, we can actually continue to maintain and actually keep Plaquemines Parish safe. And I just want to make a very important point. Plaquemines Parish, we cannot lose Plaquemines Parish. We cannot lose Plaquemines Parish, not only for the state, but also for the nation. You are the gateway to the largest complex of ports in the world. Your history has always been one, in large part, based upon the maritime community, commercial fishing, transportation, port, deep draft shipping, tug and tow. And in a lot of ways, that's part of the benefit, but in a lot of ways, it's part of the challenge because of your exposure to open water. This is a winter storm, a cold front that came through about 2 years ago. It had pushed big amounts of water onto the North Shore into the Mandeville, Covington area. All of a sudden, the winds change, come from the north. All of a sudden, Lakefront Drive of New Orleans goes underwater for about a day and a half. So these things are occurring constantly. Next, if anyone has any thought about how do we make flood protection and stormwater management a top priority for everyone, I'd just like to say this last 6 to 8 months has put that on everyone's radar. Ruston, Monroe, Shreveport, Alexandria, Mandeville, Covington, Slidell, Pearl River, Houston, Galveston, Sabine, Toledo Bend, every one of those names that I just gave you were communities that have seen severe flooding in just the last year. From heavy rainfalls, heavy frontal passages. When was the last time we ever shut down Highway Interstate 10 between Louisiana and Texas? And it was almost for a week. It was stunning. So if you're in any way thinking that you're having to carry the fight about why flood protection is important in Plaquemines Parish, you've got an entire state that is right on board with you because they saw the same problems in their communities more than once in just the last year. Next, please. Okay, go back a minute. Go back a minute. Levees. Levees and abusing your microphone. So, I come at it from the water side. I'm actually a physical oceanographer. So what I do is I measure the elevations of the land, measure the water levels of the ocean in the Gulf of Mexico, and then we compare it to what it actually can, how it can actually be disrupted. What do water levels rise from? Sea level rise every year, storm events. Storm events coming to the shore through the Gulf of Mexico or down for the rainfall. There are four things that are the four killers of a hurricane with the start of the hurricane season. Wind, you know that. We principally, and in fact, we actually started with the National Hurricane Center worrying more about wind than we did anything because of structural damage. Remember Hurricane Andrew hit us in '92. It just wiped out Homestead, Florida. Why? Because building codes did not provide for strong enough homes and structures in the path of literally a mini Cat 5 that just mowed right through south of Miami. We've now dealt with that with much better codes, much better structures, newer structures, and so wind is still a huge concern. But the second one is storm surge. Storm surge and rainfall are the next two hurricanes can really create for us. If you remember Hurricane Isaac, and this is a storm surge graphic on the left showing heights of storm surge from Hurricane Isaac. Isaac was barely a Category 1 for 8 hours, maybe 8 hours, but it didn't go away. It was a 3-day event. Not only did you get hit badly, but then if you look at the North Shore in Laplace, 7,000 homes went underwater. And they didn't get touched, really, by Hurricane Katrina. And then it went over to Fouchon, into the Barataria Basin, and then it went over into Homa. So in terms of a barely negligible Cat 1, it actually had the impact much, much greater than any other storms, and category of the storm does not relate to storm surge. And in fact, if you actually were on the levee in Plaquemines Parish during Isaac, where did you see storm surge? On the river. We had a 10-foot storm surge reach downtown New Orleans. It almost came to the top of the Mississippi River levees here in Plaquemines Parish. And think about it. A 10-foot storm surge actually reached up over 100 miles into downtown New Orleans, coming right by you. So surge, not from just the Barataria and the Breton Sound area, but surge coming up the river are things we need to worry about. That's why flood protection and your efforts in looking and keeping it very much on the top of your priority is so important. Next, please. Are we moving down? Yes, we are moving down. We can measure it, and in fact, I would actually like to commend District 9. If you have Boothville High School? Boothville High School has a GPS continuously operating reference station on there that we operate with LSU that provides every second of every day a vertical position, the new electronic benchmark for Plaquemines Parish and for the state of Louisiana, operated on a public high school in South Plaquemines Parish. We'll talk to you about coming back and actually putting one on the fire station not too long from now as well. They don't do anything. They have no moving parts, just a pole, a little antenna, and we just need to hook it up to an IP or a cell phone. But if you actually look at Fort Jackson, down the street from here, there's a benchmark right by the front drive. It's sticking about 8 inches out of the ground. Shouldn't be doing that. But what is it telling you? The benchmark is stable because it's been driven deeply about 100 feet in. The ground is moving down. So we can't use benchmarks anymore because the ground is moving down, and we can actually measure those elevations moving down to help you in your flood protection efforts. In New Orleans, it's moving downwards about 9 millimeters a year. There's 25 mils in an inch, so in about 3 years, every 3 years, that New Orleans area is losing yet another inch of elevation. Why is that important? Because, for many reasons, flood insurance program, the height of your levees, all those as they move down allow you to plan ahead. Next, please. We have trends that we have for the entire country. We can tell you where it's moving and at what rate it's moving. Next, please. And we also can tell you that roadways like LA1, Highway LA1 between Golden Meadow and Leeville, that's the only road to get to Grand Isle. It's the only road to get to Port Fourchon. That's 40% of the tax base of Lafourche Parish right there. The unelevated section, they asked us, how long will we have before it's continuously flood? All right, next, please. And essentially, 15 years from now, it's going to be flooding about 155 days out of the year. They're going to have to close that road. By 2066, it's gone. Every day, it's going to be like Bayou Gauche and flooding under a high tide. Next. So, with the trends, next, and thank you for doing this. Keep going. One more. We're going to rip through. I'm going to tell you a couple things that are very important. We're going to actually provide, so if you ever have seen, and you have, us in action talking about a hurricane and tropical storm, we will tell you when it even starts to make a twist out there in the Gulf of Mexico, out there in the Bahamas, out near Bermuda, things like that. We pledge, and we're making this same effort and commitment to you about your elevations as well. Every 5 years, we're coming in and we're actually submitting a report to you and the state of Louisiana and all the levee districts that we're going to be adjusting the posted water levels of this area of the coast every 5 years. April of 2014, we came in and we adjusted the value of mean sea level upwards by 1.32 inches. 1.32 inches in just 5 years. Now, if we had waited like a 20-year period or something like that to do it, it would have been stunning to all of a sudden say, by the way, water levels, like mean sea level, which you use for levee protection, is now a foot higher than we told you it was going to be in 20 years from now. But what we really need to impress upon you is, as we're making these adjustments, think about it. If your levees are forever structures and you're thinking ahead over the next 30 years of what I need to do to maintain those levees and get them so they're always going to have so much of clearance above mean sea level to offer and give the population and the communities of Plaquemines Parish the safety we're committing them to, this gives you the opportunity to plan ahead. Put the designs and the engineering and the construction and the schedule that matches your funds, and working with the Corps to always maintain that you're going to have the elevations you need. Lastly, next please, go ahead, one more. Lastly, in terms of not only this 5-year update, what we're also telling you and recommending to you is to continue to work with us, and work with us you have, and we really want to thank you for this, of helping us continue to install and maintain these vertical reference points around the parish. By doing that and matching that to the water levels, you have the ability, and Ken still the parish engineer? Ken Dugas is great. We really enjoy working with him. He can take a piece of GPS survey equipment available out right now, go out on your little back levee, turn it on for 3 minutes, and in real time tell you what the elevation of that levee is right then and there. He puts it on a Jeep, runs it, or a four-wheeler, and he runs it down the levee, and he does 10 miles in a day. He turns off the machine, and he has 10 miles of levees that he has just profiled in real time to tell you what your elevation is to within 2 centimeters. So the technology is there. What I would like to actually tell you is we can do the numbers, okay? Don't worry about the numbers. We'll come in and work the numbers, and we'll tell you when the water levels are being adjusted upwards. What we hope then you can then do is think about, all right, what's my timing? When do I want to do an elevation lift? When do I want, what levees? Some of these levees are going to slump a little more than others. How can we keep maintaining elevation profile surveys going and detect where a slump might be? And if we find that slump, then what are we going to do to fix it? Because everything is based upon water looking for the weak spot. Really think about it. 300 linear miles of levees protecting around New Orleans, Jefferson Parish. How many actually, what percentage actually failed during Katrina? 300 miles, and we only really, probably less than 1%. But that's the problem. And that's why the need of us working together. Next, please. Lastly, this is what 2050 is going to look like. Plaquemines Parish, of course, is going to have a greater and greater increase of its land areas going at or below sea level. But you have in place right now something other coastal parishes do not have. Cameron Parish is about the same size as Plaquemines Parish. All the way over on the western side, they've been hit by Hurricane Audrey, Rita, Ike, even Gustav. No flood protection. 0 flood protection. What's the population of Cameron Parish today? Anyone know? It's about 10,000 people. About 10,000. You got it? You were close? You're about... Okay. My mother would be so proud that you actually, hey, I remember that fact. Thank you very much. Good for her. But we have 10,000. That's it. No flood protection. And they live up around the Lake Charles area. Vermilion Parish, no flood protection. Where is their population now? Up around Abbeville, Lafayette Parish. The worst is Iberia Parish. Iberia Parish has no flood protection, about 75,000 people. They voted for they established a levee district. They just voted down, they voted against the millage. They voted for 2 high school football stadiums, but they didn't do the millage for the levees. They are surrounded by an entire community of areas, Lafayette Parish. I can get up in the morning and I can drive from Lafayette Parish to work in New Iberia, and I can go home, and that kills Iberia Parish. Why? Where's the paycheck going? Out of the parish. Where's the sales tax? Out of the parish. Where's the home? Out of the parish. So in a lot of ways, I offer this to you. You have actually something in place that a lot of other coastal parishes do not have. If you look at the coastal parishes that have no flood protection systems in place today, they are in deep and sharp decline, or they will never, ever grow. Cameron Parish is never going to get any bigger. Might a little bit, but it's going to be up in the margins of Lake Charles. It is the only coastal parishes that have flood protection systems in place that actually have stable populations or populations that are on the uptick, Jefferson, Orleans. Plaquemines is in that club. However, Plaquemines is challenged because it's not a complete and full flood protection system. And those are the kind of things that we know, we live. I mean, witnessed Citrus Lands for so many years. I mean, what the heights were, what, like 4 feet maybe or something like that. And it was just, it was a huge handicap for you. And now you're addressing a lot of these things. So I will probably be the only guy in the federal government here that will not tell you what to do. Because you probably have 100 state people, state representatives, federal officials, state officials telling you what you really need to do is this. But I will just say is the fact that you have a very, very good system in place that you are working actively to improve. It is the #1 priority in terms of protecting your coastal communities, those teachers, those students at Belle Chase High School, the Baptist Church, and other thing like that. People react to how they feel in terms of safety of where they live. And if you continue to provide that assurance of safety, they're going to stay, they're going to continue to be the community of Plaquemines Parish, and then in turn they will actually be your base of support for the funds for your flood protection system. So as we get into the hurricane season, I would just like to say that you have NOAA's total commitment. I mean, if you haven't gone to the National Weather Service in Slidell, go pay a visit. They will open their doors and give you a great tour and introduce all their senior forecasters to you. And I can tell you totally, they have committed to you personally and professionally, because those guys stayed in their offices at their desk when Katrina went right over them. Hit here, went right up over Slidell, took out their offices, and yet the people still stayed in place. So as we continue to talk about these issues and talk about how this importance of this flood protection really is, please use this as a resource. And if you have questions about the numbers, or if you have questions about, okay, I've got this levee, or I'm planning this levee, how does it match up with storm surge models that you have, call us. We will come down and we'll sit down and we'll do the math with you and show you every time. Again, thank you very much for all your work, and thank you for your support in some of our present efforts in terms of vertical positioning and CORS reference stations. And if there's anything else I can do other than to say that we're here 24 hours a day, and with this administration, with this council, we really look to hope to be a real resource for you in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. We appreciate the presentation.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank Mr. Osborne for his patience. I told him to be here about 1:30, and so appreciate the time. And of course, all of the information and the positive aspects of Plaquemines Parish. We do have levees, which gives us an advantage over other coastal areas.
Does that conclude your presentation, Mr. Cormier? That includes your status report? Okay, thank you. We will revert back to item 1A. Before we go to executive session, I'm going to ask my colleagues to go through the agenda, please. Somebody's waiting this long. If there's something on the agenda, Mr. Bartholomew, you want to start?
Defer B.
B? Okay.
6B.
Boy, yeah.
Appreciate it.
That's all.
That's it. Thank you. Mr. Black?
Defer 6A2.
Okay.
Defer 6F as in Foxtrot.
Okay.
H as in Hilo. I as in Indigo. And J as in John Bartholomew.
Okay.
Say it again, Bo?
Thank you.
H?
F-H-I-J.
F-H-I-J. F-H.
And
I-J. Okay.
6A2.
Mr. Juno, you have any?
None.
Okay. Mr. Russo?
None. None.
None? Okay. I have item 6C will be withdrawn. 6D will be withdrawn. 6E will be withdrawn. That's all I have. Well, I'm sorry, and 6U will be deferred. Bert?
I have two. I'm going to withdraw 6A5 and 6G.
You're going to withdraw?
Withdraw.
5, and G, you going to withdraw or defer? Withdraw. 5 and G. G.
Withdraw.
Withdrawing is G. I'm gonna go back over. Ms. Salvan? Okay, thank you. William, he's not here. Ms. Williams?
I'm going to withdraw 7G.
7G, withdrawn. Okay. All right, just a quick recap. Try to follow along. 6A2 is deferred. 6A5 is withdrawn. 6B is deferred. 6C, D, and E are withdrawn. 6F is deferred. 6G is withdrawn. 6H, I, and J are deferred. And 6U is deferred. And 7G is withdrawn. All right. Now, Ms. Barr, would you read executive session, please?
Number 1, Peggy Barrios versus Amos Cormier Jr. in his capacity as president of Plaquemines Parish Government, Joe Lawful Holtz in his capacity as attorney of Plaquemines Parish Government, and Joseph Alamia, 25th JDC case number 62-187, Division A, attorney Melvin Burmaster. And number 2, Plaquemines Parish Government versus William H. Billy Nungesser, 25th JDC number 62-538, Division B, attorneys Shane Landry, Melvin Burmaster, Robert Barnett.
Offering and ask for a second for executive session. Second by Ms. Williams. The machine's open on executive session. It's 8-0, and we moved the executive session at 5:51. Session at 6:50, finding no legal and binding action. We'll revert back to the agenda to item 2. There are no bids and advertisements. We'll go back to 3, beer and liquor license. Mr. Bartholomew?
Have none.
Thank you. Mr. Black? Thank you.
None.
None.
None, thank you.
None.
Ms. Salvan?
None.
Thank you.
0.
Ed Combs? Ms.
Beer and
Williams?
liquor,
None.
Beer and liquor.
Right, Ms. Williams? I'm sorry. Thank you. Move to item 4, building permits. Can we see about taking these in global, if anybody has any objection?
Yeah, just remove 2, 4, and 5.
2, 4, and 5. Ms. Barber, will you read 1 and 3, please?
Yes, sir. Number 1, the Louisiana Fruit Company, application number 2016-326, dated April 8, 2016. Dredge a portion of Tiger Pass and Canal Number 1, Tiger Pass and Canal Number 1, Venice area, Councilmember Williams. Number 3, the Louisiana Fruit Company, application number 2016-375, dated April 26, 2016. Install 13 pilings in rock, riprap between Grand Pass and Tiger Pass, Councilmember Williams.
You offer, Ms. Williams?
Yes, I offer.
Second by Mr. Edgecombe. Any questions on the permits? Machine is open. On item 4, A1 and 3.
It didn't go on, I'm sorry.
And the permits are granted 9-0. We'll move to item 4A2, 4, and 5. Can you read them? in
Number
Bobo?
2, the Louisiana State Gas LLC, application number 2016-360, dated April 21, 2016. Remove and replace 3 pipeline crossings which cross the West Bank back levees in 3 locations along the levee Buras area. Councilmember Williams. Number 4, Freeport McMoran Oil and Gas, application number 2016-389, dated May 2, 2016. Plug and abandon wells and remove all structures and flow lines, West Delta Blocks 23 and 24. Councilmember Williams. Chevron Ornite Company, LLC, application number 2016-181, dated February 25, 2016. Drill 5 soil borings and temporary monitor wells, 9387 Highway 23, Bell Chase. Councilmember Juneau.
I'll offer.
Shannon, can you clear the board? It's been offered by Ms. Williams, second by Mr. Edgecombe. Any questions on these 3? Machine is open. it's approved 8 with 1 abstention from District 2. We'll move to item 4B.
J Bar Sportsman's Lodge, Jeff Johnson Trailer Park Renewal, Galmiche and Doris Lane, Empire, Louisiana, Councilmember Edgecombe.
You offer, Ms. Edgecombe?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Williams. It's a renewal. Any questions? Machine is open on 4B. 4B.
Sorry.
And then granted 9-0. We will take item C and D in global. Can you,
Daniel Romero Fireworks Stand Renewal, 8498 Highway 23, Belle Chase, Louisiana, Councilmember Lapine. Campagna Properties, Janice Campagna Fireworks Stand Renewal, 7386-A Highway 23, Belle Chase, Louisiana, Councilmember Lapine.
I'll offer in global and ask for a second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Russo. Any questions on renewal? Machine's open. And it's granted 9-0. Both. Move to item 5, introductions of ordinance. Mr. Bartholomew.
Yes.
Let it roll.
Have ordinance authorizing director of parish president and council chairman to execute and send a letter to support the Port of South Louisiana to seek the foreign trade zone designated pending the Plaquemine Parish Port Harbor and Terminal District applying for such designation. An ordinance approving the Plaquemine Parish government entering into an agreement with the parties in the lawsuit style Human Petroleum Corporation et al. Versus Texaco Incorporated et al. 25th JDC number 34-52592 Division B to settle and compromise claim authorized Parish President Amos Cormier Jr., Parish Attorney to execute the settlement document and pleading on behalf of the Plaquemine Parish government otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to providing authority to levy the collection of a 5 mil tax authorized by the Louisiana Constitution, Article Section 4:39 on property situated within the parish of Plaquemine, otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend and readopt ordinance number 15-158 to establish uniform fees for ferry transportation to provide for the uniform collection and I first said fees and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend as amended and readopt the Plaquemine Parish Code of Ordinance, Chapter 17.5, Article 1, Section 17.5-2, entitled Fees to Use of Parish Facilities and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
You have 3, a resolution to appoint a representative for District 2 to the Plaquemine Parish Zoning and Planning Development Board and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 2016 manpower structure and operating budget and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance providing authority for the levy and collection of the 2 1/2 mil tax as authorized by Louisiana Constitution, Article 6, Section 39 on property situated within Plaquemine Parish and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Juneau? Thank you. Mr. Russo?
Yeah, an ordinance authorizing the abandonment and release of certain drainage servitudes in favor of Plaquemine Parish government encumbering the property located at the intersection of Louisiana State Highway 23 and Bayou Barrier Road, owned by Landry Clan Real Estate Holding Company, LLC, and otherwise provide with respect thereto, and an ordinance to amend and as amended, readopt ordinance number 15-133, which placed a hiring freeze on all new positions and all vacant positions of the Plaquemine Parish government, including classified and unclassified positions, effective immediately, authorizing in case of emergency an exception to the hiring freeze by ordinance of Plaquemine Parish government, otherwise provide with respect thereto.
Thank you. I have 1, an ordinance to amend the 2016 operating revenue budget, various funds, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Mr. Burt?
I have 2, an ordinance authorizing Plaquemine Parish government to grant Entergy Louisiana LLC needed servitudes or right-of-ways for the construction of new power transmission facilities and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution authorizing Plaquemine Parish Government President Amos Cormier Jr. to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with Entergy Louisiana LLC to provide for the required relocations, the required relocation of portions of an existing 20-inch water line along the western side of LA Highway 23 from Oakville to La Receipt at full cost of Entergy Louisiana LLC for construction of its new power transmissions facilities in same area and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Mr. Salvan?
Yes, I have two. An ordinance by the Plaquemine Parish Council as on behalf of the West Bank Levy District to appropriate additional term on an existing temporary work area easement in certain portions of land in Plaquemine Parish, Louisiana, to construct the New Orleans to Venice NOV-NF-W-06B.2 point to less pump station fronting protection, Plaquemine Parish, Louisiana, for levee, flood wall, drainage, flood, and hurricane protection purposes, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance by the Plaquemine Parish Council as and on behalf of the West Bank Levy District to appropriate new perpetual flood protection levee, flood wall, access road, and drainage ditch easement, new temporary work area easement, and a new utility and/or pipeline easement in certain portions of land in Plaquemine Parish, Louisiana, to construct the New Orleans to Venice NOV NF-W-06B.1 Wood Park flood walls, Plaquemine Parish, Louisiana, levy for levee, flood wall, drainage, flood access, and hurricane protection purposes, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That's it.
I have one. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the construction Bootville Venice Community Center project in the 2016 general fund revenue budget and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I have one other one, I'm sorry. A resolution approving and authorizing Kirk Lapine, Council Chairman, and Amos J. Cormier, Parish President, and Tommy J. Surpass, Finance Manager, to execute a Louisiana compliance questionnaire to Code de Champagne, Slavin and Company, LLC, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Anyone else? Okay. Move to item 6A1.
An ordinance providing authority for the levy and collection of the 5 mil tax is authorized by the Louisiana Constitution, Article 6, subsection 39, on property situated within Plaquemine Parish and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
You offer, Mr. Bartholomew?
Offer for discussion at this time.
Okay, I'll second it. Mr. Surpass, I think we'll yield to you.
Yes, sir, I just want to go through, Mr. Batami has some reports that I threw together today, just to kind of go through the history of
Everybody have a copy?
how we got to the millage that we're at right now. If you look at 2007, you can see the yellow highlight. In 2007, we had a millage of 18.01, and years prior to that. After that, we were able to roll back the millages because the tax assessment roll went up. We rolled the millages back, and we basically got stuck with a millage rate of 15.15. And that has carried through to 2015. That's where we stand right now. By doing that, we still had the millage rate of 18.01. That it cost us $22 million over those years between 2007 and 2015. Just for 2015, you're looking at $3 million that would have an increase. I mean, can we do anything about it now? No, but I'm just saying this is something that we had in the past, and we were able to do this because we had high oil prices. The issue now is you don't have those high oil prices, you don't have those revenues, so we have to find some other kind of funding source. If you look down on the next the next rows, you see all the other funding agencies. None of them roll back any of their taxes. So down on the last little box, you see only the parish government rolled back the taxes, and we lost 2.86 mils. None of the other agencies did that. You can see the port, increased to 3 mils. I just wanted to bring that up to show y'all, kind of what the history was of how we got to where we are right now. We had a higher millage rate, but was able to give the residents a break and the companies because we had high oil prices, but that's gone now. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up and bring up a few other points. For 2017, we all saw the presentation, and I'm predicting if we can budget $50 a barrel, I think we're going to be looking at a deficit of $10 to $12 million at least. Now, if we have the budget less than that, that's going to go up. If it's $40 a barrel, it'll probably be more like $15 million. Where that's going to come from? Well, last year, We were able to propose the layoffs, but we were able to put that money back in from fund balances and from cutting capital projects. Well, most of that stuff is gone now. There's still a few dollars in capital projects we can use, but we still have the budget for 2016, and we're going to have to use that for that. So I just wanted to bring this stuff up to y'all to, to let you know that, we're going to be looking at massive reductions. We're either going to have to, cut expenses, or we're going to have to raise the revenue some kind of way. And we can raise fees, there's no doubt about that, but you're not talking about the kind of money we're looking for. If you, permit fees, about $400,000, if you double that, you're talking about $400,000. So it's definitely stuff we need to do, but that's not going to help us, to get this kind of money. I'm not supporting it, I'm either way. I'm just telling you, giving you the facts that we're going to be looking at some massive reductions if this thing, even if this thing does pass, we're still going to be looking at some massive reductions, layoffs. It's just going to be an addition. But we all know that, and I just kind of wanted to bring that up, so.
Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr.
do you have an idea, without the millage, how many people might have to lay off?
It's
Just
hard,
general, not
it's hard to say,
specific.
but the way I gauge it is what we had to do last year.
Right.
We budgeted at $50 a barrel last year. We were $22 million short. So we were able to cut the operating budget by $10 million, and which that's going to be going to, it's going to stay the same. So that's why I'm coming up with the 10 to 12 million. We estimated, 200 positions to cut, and we had to average them, and that was bring us about $9 million. So you're talking about $10 to $12 million deficit, even 200 employees, and can the parish even sustain that? I mean, I can give you a little history on the positions. We started out with 696 positions. Now I'm talking about the judges, the DA, all elected officials, everybody. 696 positions at the beginning of the year. We were able to make some layoffs when we did the 2016 budget. 43 positions. Unfunded vacancies of 29 positions that we did recently. We added a few positions for the lifeguards and things like that. So we actually made reductions already of 91 positions from where we started off at the beginning of the year, with vacancies and people leaving. So right now you're down to 605. 200 employees, that would bring you down to 400 employees, and that's, you're talking about that's everybody. So I don't even know if we can sustain that, but I just want to bring that up to y'all, to tell you, this is what we're going to be facing, unless something happens. I mean, I'm hoping for $50 a barrel, that's what I'm hoping for, but right now I can't see that even, so.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr.
Yeah.
Juno?
Yeah, if this goes into effect, it won't go into effect until 2017, am I
That's
correct?
correct, that's correct.
And Mr. Amos, if this goes into effect, and if the oil prices do go above 50, 60, or 70, then this can be canceled?
Well, that's what our administration recommends. In other words, that we just want to try and put this in place so that we are prepared in case the worst thing or the worst scenario works out. If it's better, then you don't apply it. As Mr. Surpass stated, the parish council administration has rolled back. We're the only entity of government that has rolled back the millages. So now we're in a bind. I would say to you that next year also, it looks like we're going to have 29 floodgates that we're going to have to assume operation and maintenance. So that's another added financial burden that we're going to assume in the future. I guess the general public has stood up for the firemen. They've stood up for the port. They've stood up for the teachers, and rightfully so. And now I think it's time, the administration recommends that we stand up for some parish workers, because even if we lay all the parish workers off, we're not going to balance the budget. So it's got to be a multiple approach to the entire process.
Thank you. Anyone else at the table?
Well, my comments are basically the public has to vote on this issue. I cannot put a tax on people without a vote of the people. I've been saying this for months now, and I look at the figures, that $22 million that you say we lost over the last 9 or 10 years.
Right.
And I agree that, just 2 of the years at $140 a barrel oil makes up for that difference. So
No doubt about it.
we gotta look at the facts that, we went, or the previous government went through a lot of money. Hundreds of millions of dollars of FEMA money, hundreds of millions of dollars of bond money. Well, not 100 million, 200 million's worth of debt, but if you add that 100 and something million dollars worth of borrowing up, went through that pretty much. And I agree that we are always, as a local government, the last ones to be able to benefit from anything, because the children come first, then the law enforcement comes,
Right.
and then everybody else behind it, and we're always at the bottom. But in good conscience, I believe that the public has to vote on it. It was mentioned that the port got their money and the public supported it. The public didn't have a chance to support that millage, and that was the last tax that went on the books. And I heard about it from quite a lot of people. So I would hope that somebody can come up and realize that the only way, and I'm not saying that they don't have the votes to put this on the public, but I cannot vote to put it on the public without a vote of the public. And, that's my position from last year and the year before when I ran for this position. That's going to be my position till the end. And even if you put the 5 mills on, there's got to be some reorganization in this government. Because you're not going to be able to cover the amount of money you're talking about with 5 mills.
No, absolutely not.
And
And
so-
it's going to take a combination of raising revenues and cuts. It's still going to take cuts, no doubt about it. Absolutely. And we're starting to work on that right now. We're trying to push that
Well-
stuff through right now, but
My approach was last budget hearing, we should have did it. And, that fell on deaf ears. And now we're in the box. And, I've been telling people for the last 4 months, I'm on the sideline watching. And I'm still here. I'm still watching. And I'm hoping that somebody steps up and, makes some moves.
Anyone else on the table? Ms. Salvant?
Yes, my analogy is the same as Mr. Roussel, but the only fearful part of it all is that even after if we have to do a combination of the mill and the layoff, the most scary thing to me is that we have to rely on civil service to assess the layoff, and that's scary for me.
yeah, that's part of it. I mean, it's just,
That's
the
real,
rules. And
that's real scary for me because, in my opinion, I don't see fairness going to be a part of that equation. So that's-
I'd like to hear from some other council members here what their game plan is.
Yeah, here's my
because,
game plan. So, as y'all said before, I can't support 5 mills increase without a vote of the people. And I gave this presentation before, and I just had an introduction, and I also have an amendment as well to this current ordinance, if people can stomach this. This is only a 2.5 mil increase. And I have a couple other changes in there, in an existing ordinance that's on the table. And the reason why I went with 2.5 mils is because it pretty much has, there's a couple different things. It has an automatic sunset. The port's mill is going to go back down. It's going to be relinquished in 2018. That's 3 mills right now. So if we vote on this and get 2.5 mills, it's only going to be a burden to the public, into businesses until 2018. So what we're at now is 65.5. It'll go up to 68, and then in 2 years, in 2018, it'll roll back down to 65. So it would be net minus 0.5 mils at the end of all of this. Also, the reason why I went with 2.5 mils is I spoke to some folks in the administration and came to a determination that the responsibility we have to CPRA, to OM or R&R, which is pretty much hurricane protection, levee maintenance, things of that sort, so such as WCC, the floodgates, you had just mentioned 29 floodgates. Under the Louisiana Constitution, we can implement up to 5 mills. Doesn't say you have to do 5 mills. Up to 5 mills to pay for those things, OM, R&R. And that's why I'm saying I think we can get by with it with 2.5 million, take the money that we're spending from the general fund that we're using those things for now and put it back in the general fund. I think the public would be able to to do that because they know exactly where the money is going. It's $2.5 million roughly, maybe $3 million, that the public will know exactly where the money's going. It'll be obligated. And that's it. So, I mean, so that's my plan. I mentioned it a couple times before in length, and it was based upon the CPRA's letter to us, things we need to do. You know, we could wait till next week, in 2 weeks from now, when this thing comes back to the table as far as my introduction, or we can do a substitution. I'm not sure if we have the votes for it. I definitely won't be voting for 5 mills. I'm not sure if we even have enough people to do that, but come up to the council if we want to. I mean, Tommy, I think something needs to be on today. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I think it's, from what I understand is we have to have it, to get it on the tax roll, it's got to be by June the 1st. So you pretty much have the next council meeting, that's it.
Well, I have it introduced the next council meeting. I'm basically, if you look at the ordinance as it's written by the administration now, it changes line 6 to 2.5 mills instead of 5. It changes line 70 to omit and preserve parish government employees from layoffs. That line says, this will release general fund revenues to other uses, more properly allocate government resources, and preserve parish government employees from layoffs. I took that last part out because let's not kid ourselves. $2.5 million is not going to preserve all parish government employees from layoffs. So I took that out of this ordinance, line 85. I changed it from 5 to 2.5, and that's it. Pretty simple changes. I was in agreement with all the other language. That's all.
Mr. Russo?
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear that whether it's 2.5 mills or 5 mills, whatever we implement is a dedicated purpose. It doesn't allow us to put this millage on the public and use it for whatever we want to use it for. So it's got to be very clear here that, you know, that millage will be used for the purpose allowed under the law and the Constitution. So word it any way you want to word it, but the bottom line is it's got to be used as per the authorization that allows us to implement it without a vote of the people.
Yeah, it says that in an ordinance, exactly what it's for.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo Mr. Roussel's comments. I too will not be supporting the tax unless it goes to a vote of the people.
I have to ditto with Mr. Charles and Mr. Roussel and also Ms. Audrey. And I definitely back her up on the civil service being scary as far as leaving it up to them.
I share the same sentiments as the Ms. Audrey and Mr. Jeff and Mr. Benny and Mr. Burt. I'm not going to support 5 mills. I can't support 5 mills. And just to elaborate on what Mr. Cormier said about the public supporting fire, teachers, etc., that went to a vote of the people. The government did not enforce that. So I can't support it without it going to a vote of the people.
Thank you. Mr. Black, I'll be glad to look over the new introduction you got, and I think I'll be very supportive of that. Mr. Wallace.
I just want to remind you guys about something. In the next couple months from now, all those projects on those boat levees, East Bank levee, West Bank levee, we're going to have to cut grass over there. Yeah, it's going to be 100, I added it up, it's approximately 104 miles of cutting grass. Mr. Bradford is 32 people short. You guys are complaining about ditches. I don't know what you're going to do with the rest of it when I combine it all together. But that millage, if I don't know if there's a chance to help the public. 104 miles of levees being cut. It's not, you can't do that in a day.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. I'm going to stay on the subject of what we're talking about, the millage.
Okay,
But,
that's
okay,
about
I know, but we kind of veering off.
Yeah, because I'm ready to address that.
I know. Mr. Bartholomew, with that, you want to defer it?
It's going to fall off.
Oh,
Yeah,
it fall?
I introduced something else, but
Okay.
I mean, you can vote on it and kill it anyway. Doesn't matter. I vote myself on it again.
You want to defer it?
Yeah, I want that.
All right. Item 681 has been deferred.
Well, I know, but before we defer that, I think the sentiment has been expressed here pretty clearly, and so somebody needs to rethink the forward position, because if it's not going to be voted here, be without a vote of the people. Somebody needs to call it a special election or put it on the ballot, and let's move it forward and let the people decide. And, you know, I know it's not going to be in time for this year, but I agree. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, you heard the sentiment from the body. Unless something changes drastically, nothing will happen.
Well, that's
So
why I'm just trying to bring, let
we
y'all
have
know
an
the facts,
right.
and that's pretty much it.
And I appreciate that effort, and October comes, you have an election coming, presidential election. You know, if nothing happens, you have to put it on the ballot, if that's what you want to do.
All right. We'll move forward. 6A1 and deferred. Move to 6A3.
An ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of the property of Lionel Gilliard, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as shown on the map of re-subdivision of Greenwood Plantation into lots 1 and 2 by McKay and Associates dated December 29, 2015. The owner having fulfilled all the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of the Parish of Plaquemines without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government or the Parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
You offer, Mr. Bartholomew?
Yeah.
I'll ask for a second. Second by Mr. Burt. Mr. Bartholomew, everything's ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, any questions? Machine is open on 6A3. And it's granted 9-0. We'll move to 6A4.
An ordinance to rescind, annul, and set aside ordinance number 16-24 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
You offer, Mr. Russo?
I'll offer.
Ask for a second. Second by Mr. Burt.
What this does is rescind and annul and sets aside the ordinance that changed the zoning ordinance, and goes back to where we were prior to adopting any changes.
Revert back to the original, correct?
Correct.
All right. Any questions? Machine is open. And it's granted 9-0. Move to 6A6.
An ordinance by the Plaquemines Parish Council as and on behalf of the West Bank Levy District to appropriate temporary work area easements, servitudes, and rights-of-way in certain portions of lands in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, to construct the Hurricane Protection Levee, Hurricane Protection System, West Bank, non-federal levee flood wall, NOV-NF-W-A-4A.1, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, for levee flood wall drainage, flood, and hurricane protection purposes, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
You offer, Ms. Williams?
Yes, I do.
Second by Mr. Edgecombe.
I introduced this on behalf of Mr. Edgecombe at the last meeting in his absence, and I'd like to refer to Mr. Rittner to come and elaborate on this.
Place it up. This is an NOV project in the Jesuit Bend area. It's south of the Oakville pump station. The levee was constructed, the first phase. They're building the second phase now. In this piece, they have 2 gas lines that run through the levee. The Corps is now requiring these companies to go through a T-wall or bridge over the levees. They no longer will allow a gas line to go through a levee. So this piece of the project is right here. The pump station, Ollie Pump Station is in this area. We already appropriated a road for the levee construction, so we don't have to go through an appropriation there. Go to the next slide, please. What we have here is we're doing a temporary right-of-way. This is just a staging area for construction. And there's 3 different landowners here. And these are going to be also temporary taking. There's no perpetual servitudes or easements. It's just for construction. And the T-wall, the 2 gas lines will run through the T-wall and continue on its path. We have 4 appropriations, but again, it's only temporary. It'll revert back to the original owner once the project is complete. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rittner. Any questions? Yeah, audience. Machine's open on 686, huh?
686.
686. And it's granted 9-0. We'll move to item 6K, which will be deferred. Move to 6L.
An ordinance to amend and as amended readopt Rule 1 of Chapter 1 of Section 2-17 of the Code of Ordinances for Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, to establish the meetings of the Plaquemines Parish Council and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
You are for Mr. Bartholomew? Huh?
I do.
Ask for a second. Ask for a second. Second by Ms. Trufant. Ms. South. Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Bartholomew,
Anybody have any questions?
we're gonna move the meeting to 5 p.m.
I have,
Well, answer the question. No, no panic, Ms. Williams.
I'm asking the question. Is it?
Yeah.
moving the
That's
meeting
about
to
to
5.
change the meeting, one of the meetings at till 5 o'clock in the afternoons. One of the council meetings, so a lot of people that's working during the day are complaining, say they can't attend the meetings, and that's what this is, that's what the attempt is to do if this passes. If it fails, then we continue doing what we're doing.
I think you might have to make an amendment if you wanted to do just one of them. I'm not sure.
I thought it says both, huh?
Yeah.
Y'all want to do both?
I don't do
none.
No, I have an objection. I'm going to use this meeting for an example. We've been here since 2 o'clock, and it's now almost 7:30. And if we started at 5, it would be almost midnight by the time I get home personally, because I live an hour away from here, and I have to get up at 5:30 in the morning to go to work. So I can't support moving the meeting to 5 o'clock. I'm
And I would
sorry.
get home at 1:45.
But I'm all in favor, I'm in favor of this move, just for the purpose that I received a bunch of calls to my office, just like the situation that we're dealing with right now in regards to laying employees off. They don't have a say in this. They don't even get to come out and verbalize themselves. I think we owe that, we owe our constituents. I mean, it may be a burden or inconvenience for us, but I think when you look at it from your constituency, there's only one meeting a month. At least one meeting, we can allow the employees to come and participate in the process. So that's my
Thank you.
take on it.
I guess what concerns me is what meeting will we be talking about?
So is that moving both or just one?
No, just one.
In the ordinance, it says both.
5 monthly. This says both of them, yeah.
If we're on the East Bank and we go a long meeting, what do we do about ferries? The ferry stops at 9
No,
a.m.?
no, well, I'm sorry, I thought John said, we would do the Bell Chase
Extending
meeting.
one of the meetings, if that's what we want to do. But let me say this, I don't have a problem, my kid doesn't bother me one way or the other, but I do believe that we are elected officials and we represent the public. And all people don't have an opportunity to have the right, have the right to be here, don't have the luxury of being here during the course of the daytime. So in the afternoon, if we have one meeting at 5, that means I give those working people an opportunity to voice their opinion and concern about what to do publicly. Now, if this council decides not to do that, that's the council. But I'm just saying that's where it comes from. And if there are no other questions, I'll defer it and come back with the amendment to one meeting if you so desire. We'll do it that way. But if you desire not to have it at all, then we go on and vote for it now. And kill it.
I do have one more question. If we do move it to 5 p.m., what would that involve as far as any overtime pay?
If we're talking about parish employees. Well, if you're talking about letting parish.
$2 a month, and you get $36,000, you want overtime? What, the people
No,
go
not for
crazy?
us.
Not
We're talking
us.
about- Not for us,
Parish
Mr. Henry,
employee.
for parish employees.
For the employees, for Mr. Blair, for Mr. Mike Metcalf.
Hold on.
I'm not talking about 5, no, sir.
One at a time. My concern is, what does a resident do in Jefferson Orleans? They have 10 a.m. meetings. They haven't changed. You make it or you don't make it.
Our trucks.
Well, I'm not Jefferson myself.
Okay, I'm just saying. We used to have council, Mr. Russo can vouch, we used to have council meetings at 10 a.m.
That's what the charter
So,
states.
I mean, if you're gonna make a meeting, you make a meeting.
Yeah, it's up to you to decide what you're gonna do.
All right.
Yeah, but you don't have, Mr. Lapine, I disagree. If you have a parish employee, they have to utilize their personal time to come in a 10-hour meeting at 1 o'clock right now. And far as the parish employees that you're referring to, Mr. Rittner and Mr.
Anybody who's not.
Any one of those
Mr.
folks,
Metcalf?
any one of those folks right now, if you have a town hall meeting and you desire to have anyone from the from administration, they're gonna be there. They're gonna be required to be there. I think that's the obligation. It's only one meeting a month.
What about offering the employees who want to attend a flex schedule? If they want to attend a meeting at 1 o'clock in the, in the afternoon? I mean, I'm just trying to throw things out there. I mean, I think if someone wants to attend, because you have working people that want to attend as well, and I agree. If something isn't on the agenda, they have personal time. It's a personal issue for them. So
Mr.
they can
Chairman,
use
Yes.
personal time.
I'm waiting for wait till she finish.
Wait.
I'm done, I'm finished.
I'm gonna give Mr. Henry a
Yeah,
due.
go ahead,
Mr. Henry?
Yes, look, we've been coming here for a long time, and it's due time, at least one meeting for the public that they all can attend, man. Look, you guys want to represent the public, represent the public. You're getting paid $36,000 a year, you only have 2 meetings a month, and while you're complaining about time, serve the people. You wanted to serve the people, but give them an opportunity to come and voice their opinion. Just give them an opportunity. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Williams, one more.
Yes, my constituents would have to drive an hour to come to a meeting because they're held in Belle Chase. I just wanted to let the record reflect that.
Okay.
They can come to Point LaHash.
Well, then it'd be the same distance, sir. You have to wait for the ferry.
No, it
2
won't.
hours, yeah, one coming and one going.
All right, Mr. Botham, you wanna move on? You ready?
We're gonna defer.
Defer it?
Who's second?
Second,
I did.
Ms. Audrey, would you mind?
remove your
I
second?
removed the second.
Okay.
There is a shorter distance from Point LaHash
All right.
out to Belcher, believe it or not.
We'll move to 6M.
An ordinance authorizing an emergency exception to the hiring freeze currently enacted on all vacant positions of Plaquemines Parish government and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Mr. Botham, are you offering?
Yeah, I offer.
Excellent.
You have any question? Actually,
Wait, I need a second. Hold on. Any second? I need a second. I need a second. It dies for lack of a second.
all right, good to go. Y'all lost again, fellas.
Move to 6N.
Yeah, I was there. Y'all lost again.
An ordinance to amend and as amended readopt ordinance number 01-63 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
You offering, Mr. Russo?
I'll offer.
Offered and second by Mr. Byrd. Mr. Russo?
What this does is change the wording to be able to have guidelines for a recreation booster club.
Do we fill in the blanks?
Well, this is a form that will be filled out by the administration to enter into a contract. And what it is, it's in the record now as the agreement that the Plaquemines Parish government will use to enter into, and the blanks will be filled in when the administration enters into a contract with the Booster Club. And what I did was make the amendments to the existing ordinance because ordinance 01-63 has Director of Public Service, which the Director of Public Service is no longer over Recreation, so I inserted the word Director of Recreation. And then it goes on throughout to change the Public Service to Director of Recreation, as well as each booster club will have a $1 million limited liability insurance policy, naming Plaquemines Parish government as an additional insured, and that is attached to the original ordinance. Those are the changes that I am making to 01-63 to be able to put it in a form that reflects the current situation. So yes.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. Second by Ms. Any other questions? Ms.
Yes.
Salvin?
Yes, Mr. Russo. Does this give the Booster Club exclusive rights to the concession stand?
What this does is it allows the administration to enter into agreement with the Booster Club, and it says there that the Booster Club shall have the right to operate the concession stand located at the playground, whichever playground is going to be named in the above list, and that the parish, through the director, will designate the particular facility to be used for concession sales and the conditions of such use. The Booster Club agrees to be knowledgeable of and to comply with the Plaquemines Parish Booster Club rules, which are also attached, and the policy specifically states rules and guidelines. So to answer your question, it is intended to have a Booster Club formed and take over a concession stand and kind of manage it as for the benefit of the park that it is located in.
I have a question.
Mr. Bartholomew?
Yes. We talking about Booster Club throughout the parish?
This is a generic ordinance that would apply to any field that, or any recreation facility that the parish administration enters into an agreement with a Booster Club.
And what about those that don't have Booster Clubs?
But then they'll operate like they do now, whatever that is, whether
I
they
can't-
operate or not.
Yeah, well, I mean, I
We can
can't,
have more than one booster club.
Well, I would
can't-
think that you're gonna have,
We want a booster club.
I can't support that right now.
well,
That's just me.
I understand.
Well,
Oh,
Benny,
Mr. Henry, hold on.
tell the people what this about, 'cause what this, one
Okay,
person?
Mr. Henry, I'll read it one more time,
Yeah.
Mr. Henry, for you. This agreement is an ordinance, first of all, this is an amendment to an existing ordinance. An ordinance to amend and as amended, readopt ordinance number 01-63, which means that this ordinance was adopted back in 2001 and has been on the books for approximately 16 years. Now, what this also does is it changes it to bring it up to 16 years forward to reflect that we no longer have a recreation under the Director of Public Service, but we have a Recreation Department under the Director of Recreation. So this is not changing anything other than those items and adding and inserting a $1 million limited liability insurance policy to protect the parish's interest. So this is current law for the last 16, 17 years. And so if the administration decides not to enter into an agreement with a Booster Club, then whatever's happening now will continue to happen. If they decide to enter into a Recreation Booster Club agreement, this sets out the criteria.
Well, so what I'm getting at is, the Recreation Booster Club, is that, would they have access to the concession stand the entire year? Or just for one specific event?
They would have an agreement that would last throughout the year. It would be an annual agreement.
So, for instance, if you got the baseball games going, that Booster Club will run concession for that whole season? I don't think that's fair.
Well, you don't have anybody running them now.
No
Yeah.
concessions. now.
No. But I don't think one person should have access to everything either.
Well, we can,
You know what I'm
we can
saying?
continue to go in the direction we are now, or we can try to make some progress,
Well,
and that's the intention of this.
with a booster club, the money goes to the recreation department, and it helps the kids. If you hire somebody from out, then the money don't go to the kids. The people from out that runs it, they take it and run with it.
I don't think the money goes to the recreation department. The money should provide things for the children that are part of the recreation
Well,
program.
it's the same difference. They're taking care of the kids.
Let me read paragraph 3. All proceeds raised by the Booster Club must be accounted for and used to enhance the recreation program and/or facilities as stated above. The Booster Club shall, upon demand by the parish council, the parish president, or the director of recreation, make available any and all of its financial records upon 1 week's notice for review by any and all parish officials. So if you have a problem with the way it's being operated, they got a week to produce the records, and anybody can look at them. It goes, I'm with that too, that's why I'm reading it to you. The Booster Club agrees to be knowledgeable of and to comply with the Plaquemines Parish government's guidelines for booster clubs. This policy specifically states rules, conditions, and guidelines for booster clubs as it pertains to departmental programs, personnel, equipment, maintenance, awards, key supplies, and athletic equipment. A copy of the current guidelines are attached to this agreement, which are attached. If you want to read them, we could be here till midnight, but I'll read them. Booster Club shall do all of these things and be fiscally responsible. So this is an opportunity for a Booster Club to come forward, make an agreement according to all of the rules and the guidelines, and they have the right to all the concession stand sales at the playground, with those funds generated supplementing the parish funds by providing additional items not provided by the parish. They have an opportunity to run the program through a Booster Club and pump the money back into the program.
But Mr. Russell, my problem still remains. Will that Booster Club, just say for instance at the Cypress Park, if there's a Booster Club come online next week or whatever, will they have exclusive rights to the concession stand at Cypress Park? Or do the 6 or 9 or the 10 to 12-year-old kids, can they utilize the Booster Club to raise funds for their team for whatever it is necessary? Or is it that the Booster Club going to have exclusive rights to the concession stand?
Paragraph number 4, guidelines for Booster Clubs. The operation of the concession stand is the sole responsibility of the Booster Club. The Plaquemines Parish Recreation Department will not relinquish the right to use the concession facilities to any group requesting concessions as part of a rental agreement. On rare occasions, we will recommend to charitable organizations requesting concession rights to contact the appropriate Booster Club for permission. This puts the burden on the Booster Club to operate, maintain, clean, and have the facility available for functions.
I want to comment. I just find it amazing that we have parents that want to volunteer and give back to our kids, and we sitting here arguing. I mean, we don't have concession stands working now. We had them where we paid an outside contractor. All the money went to the contractor. This is an opportunity for parents to volunteer. They don't get paid anything. They take care of these concession stands. They feed the kids. They feed the parents who are watching, and they volunteer. The money they get, it goes back to the recreation department in one form or fashion. It may not go directly to their budget, but it goes to trophies and uniforms and whatever else they decide.
Well, Mr. Black, I don't care whether you have a problem with it or what your feelings are. The bottom line is, I don't think no one individual or individual group should have control over a public concession stand.
I think they can do multiple.
Do you know what the past Booster Clubs did? With the end results?
That's why Mr. Russo is changing.
Booster Clubs.
I think that's why Mr. Russo is changing that.
But you still can't limit it, the general public. You can't limit them.
Well, my approach is that the public will be the Booster Club. And my approach is that they have to come together and form this organization to be able to run the Booster Club. If we just have a free-for-all and who's going to get on first.
And they're going to be selected parents.
If you want to participate in the Booster Club, then you go to the meeting that they formed the Booster Club in and you participate. And would you like to come up and make some comments of the Booster Club?
State your name and for the record.
My name's Dana Myers. I am the one that I know many of you are aware that they have. We are fighting for our kids' Facebook page, and many of you are involved in that, as well as Mr. Amos and a few others. This is the only way that many of us felt that we could do anything. I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional about it because I have worked very hard on this. I have expense sheets that I could send you. I have bylaws that say I have spoken to someone at the primary school and at the high school. I have agreements that we can use the multipurpose building if need be at the primary school. I would be posting it publicly, and I would be trying to work with the Gazette to make sure that every single piece of information gets out there. I say I because as of right now, I am kind of heading up all the information. I want to have membership meetings where people can come, enroll, give me their address, email, any way, form of communication that I can keep up with parents to let them know every single thing that's going on. I was at the point that whenever I met with Mr. Roussel a couple of weeks ago that I was prepared to give y'all a financial statement every council meeting. I will give you whatever it needs. I am wanting to work in conjunction with Mr. Freeman and everyone else at Recreation North to make sure that this happens. I know you say you're concerned about just one group taking over this, but it's not one group. It is all of us. This is the community coming together, people that want to participate. I'm really hoping it doesn't happen, like you say, and there's only select parents that keep on continually stepping up. I know they've had booster clubs before. I know the problems that I have extensively researched, everything from Googling to talking to people like Scott Roussel and, you know, my own mother-in-law, Mary Ann Myers, who was very big into the Booster Club way back when. I mean, I'm willing to invite y'all to it. You are more than welcome to come see what we're about. The treasurer, chair, co-chair, concessions manager, everyone will be voted in. Right now, I do have myself as the chairperson because in order to get the liability insurance, and I know Mr. Bartholomew, he seemed to maybe have a issue with that $1 million liability insurance. That was something that was in place already through the lawyers. It's just something that I asked Mr. Roussel, maybe we could add an ordinance, because whenever they tried doing it during football season last year, it was not well known, and that's what shut down the Booster Club whenever they tried starting it last football season. It was something that was already in the place of it. It just wasn't stated in the ordinance, and I asked that maybe it be more clearly stated in ordinance so that people can see that that is there. I'm sorry, I kind of feel like I went off track. Does anybody have a more specific question?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bartholomew?
The problem I'm having is that we have other groups that are seeking revenues to support their organization. And I could not support giving one organization total control over the concession.
Okay.
Because they will not extend their resources to these other groups that that's trying to do some fundraisers for themselves to help out.
How much money are you going to
You
make
know,
out of this?
I'm not finished, man. How you gonna jump?
Wait a minute, guys, gentlemen.
Yeah, you want to talk good. See, I'm talking about how rude they are up here.
I'm waiting, though.
speaking.
But you're talking to me, and I'm waiting, Mr. Bartholomew.
Gentlemen, one at a time.
Did I say anything about Bell Chase? Did I say about you taking any money? Well, that's what he just said. I'm accusing you of taking money. I'm not doing that.
I'm just waiting on.
Because I can't even attest to that. I'm not even concerned about it. It's none of my business what happens up here. Other than to support the government and support children for legislation as much as I can. Now, if that doesn't include and let the other people out, I don't have a problem. But if the other poor people on that side, we're not like over here. We don't have all the resources you have at hand. And I know a lot of teams you have, and we don't have that. You know, but we have the high school team needs some funds. We have the one or two little teams we had, they get together, they generate funds. But if we give one group the concession, then the other teams are left out. That's all I'm saying. I don't have no problems with whatever you do up here. If the support and it works, go for it.
Okay.
Go for it.
Well, what I have.
Let me wrap this up, because as I stated a little while ago, this has been on the books since 2001, and if my math is right, we're about 16 years down the road. So whatever you've been doing for the last 16 years, you can continue to do it. So it doesn't affect anybody that it hadn't affected for the last 16 years. So I would like to see us move forward with this. The next item that I have on here would be to open that discussion for them to sign an agreement with the parish.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that, I understand.
Anyone else?
But you got bad attitude.
Call
All
the
right.
question.
The machine is open. I don't even know where we at. Six
Six in.
6 in. Whew. And the ordinance is granted 7 with a no vote from District 7 and an abstention from District 1. All right, we'll move to 6-0.
A resolution authorizing the parish president to sign any and all documents necessary to enter into an agreement in accordance with ordinance number 01-63 as amended with Plaquemines Parish Recreation North Booster Club and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
You offer, Mr. Russo?
I offer.
Wait, gotta fill in the blank. No, the administration does that?
No, we'll fill it in today.
Okay. On line 7,
May 12th, 2016.
line 7, May 12, 2016, 20. And then this is.
I don't know, we'll hang around, it'll be May 13th in a little bit.
All right, with those changes you're offering, Mr. Burt will second. Mr. Russo?
Yes.
Just-
Now, what this does, this allows the negotiation between the Bell Chase Recreation North Booster Club only in Bell Chase, according to the ordinance.
All right, any questions? Have a question? Yes, please. Get the mic, Mr. Freeman.
One of the questions I have, Counsel, is that I read the ordinance, and the ordinance is singular and plural in several places.
Well, they are, Mr.
Well,
Freeman.
it talks
What
about,
about-
well, I'm not, don't get me wrong, I don't have a dog in this hunt.
I know, but we.
I
if
hunt
you
with a
got-
shotgun, no dogs.
If you got some
So-
issues, what line
No,
are
I
they
don't have
on?
an issue, don't think it's an issue.
Okay.
The only thing I'm saying is, once this is done, it will be a directive to the Recreation Director. So I would ask that there be clarity, because several people have called me and want to know, according to the ordinance, what I read here, that they have the same right that the Booster Club you're offering right now has the right to come and ask for the same thing from Mr. Cormier to sign the ordinance and get it approved by council. So if you're doing a resolution to signify one, now you're giving.
That's right, that's correct, that's exactly what I'm doing.
I have no problem. I'm just letting you know that.
I understand. That's what I'm doing. I am offering a resolution to negotiate with the Bell Chase Recreation
That's
North
fine.
Booster Club, and whoever wants to.
Exclusively is what I'm asking.
Exclusively.
All right.
And under the condition, what the lady just came and said, that she is gonna have a public meeting. She's gonna invite everybody to the meeting, they're gonna
Like I
elect
said,
their
I have-
officers.
I have no qualms about
So,
it.
anybody that you know that wants to participate in it, go to the meeting and get elected to one of the positions. You don't have to wave me off, I'm just telling you the process.
I just wanted to bring something to your attention.
I know, and I'm trying to clarify for you, so you can tell those people that are calling you, that if they want to participate in the Booster Club, go to the meeting.
But why you can't have another booster club?
You can have a whole, any Booster
Yeah.
Club you want.
Well, you know, you gotta do this fairly, man.
Let me tell you something. This is the way I see it.
If you got a booster race, how you can do
Anybody that
it?
wants to go get elected to the Booster Club offices, show up at the meeting.
I mean, I wanna belong to that booster club, I want my own booster club.
Then you go take over their meeting.
No, what I'm gonna take over their meeting for? Why should I? It's at a public place.
But let me tell you this, Mr., you have not put the effort forward to come to the table and ask for this. She did.
Other people wanna do it, just like Mr. Freeman said, other people might wanna have a booster club. Why they only gonna have just one booster club?
Mr. Henry, let me explain one more thing in my position. My position is very clear, that this is going to be a community-driven booster club. Now, you can call it whatever you want, or you can say you want another booster club. The bottom line is, she took the effort to move it forward and bring it to the table. She also announced that anybody that wants to come to the meeting and get elected to be the chairman.
I have a problem with the young lady. I'm saying, if another person wanna start a booster club, why can't they do it? That's my point.
They can.
All right, when it come, I want you to have a resolution for it.
Okay.
Because then you have a problem with how this person gonna have the thing for 6 months and the other for the next 6 months? How you gonna do that?
Mr. Henry, if you've looked at the project for the last 7 years, we had a contractor that didn't operate it. We had nobody operate it, no organization. So what I am proposing, with the help of this lady, is to, Ms. Meyer, excuse me, is to start something. Start something from the ground up based on a law that's been on the books for 16 years. And so the community is invited to go to the meeting, to become part of this effort. If you want to have another Booster Club group, or you know somebody else that wants to do it, invite them to the
Well,
meeting.
let me ask you a question. What happens when basketball season comes, when they don't play there, they play at the school? Will the Booster Club have exclusive right to that too?
No,
It says Cypress Park.
Cypress Park.
Okay.
I have a question for the
Okay,
young
hold-
lady.
Ms. Dalvan?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, what are your plans on advertising and reaching the general public?
Right now, I plan on putting it anywhere that I possibly can. I have started a Facebook page. They can go look up Plaquemines Parish Recreation North Booster Club on Facebook. I just kind of put it out there recently. I have been posting the ordinances. I have let them know that the ordinances were in the process of being amended or being voted to be amended. I have come up with some bylaws and things like that put on there as well. I'm planning on putting it in basically anywhere, like Balestras, John Fro's, the Gazette, any kind of public outlet that I could possibly outreach to. That's where I plan on putting it. We are fighting for our kids because there's so many people on that one. Word of mouth, letting people know I have
Okay,
been
thank
door
you.
to door, things like that.
And let me suggest this. Mr. Freeman left because, he had somewhere else to go. But I would suggest that, the recreation program itself step forward and encourage participation from whoever he's talked to, whoever you've talked to come to the table and bring this together, and let's see where it goes. So, I'm not sure where we headed with the Recreation Department and your relationship, but I hope it works out. At least I know you're responsible now for keeping the concession stand clean. If I could give you the bathrooms, I'd give you them too.
I got a quick comment.
Okay, Mr. Burt?
I'll just say this, as a parent and a coach in recreation for the last 10 years, I definitely think this is a move in the right direction. I've coached from T-ball all the way up to 7 and 8, 9 and 10, and there's never been a consistent concession stand operator. It's hit and miss, and I applaud the parents that have stepped up to make this happen, and I think everybody will get more involved. And Mr. Roussel, thanks for your efforts to push this forward.
And I just also, in addition, want to say, I don't want this young lady to leave out here and think this is something personal. But I'm just looking at it as being done fair. And I mean, all of this about who we did what and what you did in the past, I've done it all. I've driven school bus. I've drove kids to the park to make sure that they would be a part of the recreation department at Cypress. So, anyway, thank you, young lady, for your comments.
Ms. Cass?
Mr. Roussel, you're not against Boothville having a Booster Club on their own or on the East Bank, are you?
Correct. I'm not. I'm
Okay.
not.
Well, I think that what they're trying to say is no matter where they go play at, it's going to take and benefit Belle Chase North. No, if they want to have a Booster Club down the road, there's no reason for that. I mean, there's a reason, they can have it.
When you say
We
they-
have children here that their parents want to participate in the recreation.
I'm lost.
But I'm saying though,
Let me say what I'm saying. I'm saying that this is a booster club,
Mm.
Belle Chase Recreation North Booster Club for Cypress Park.
Yeah.
It has no effect on any other facility in the
That's what I'm
parish.
trying to say.
Well, good, I said it for you, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Personally, I want to thank you, Dana, for stepping up and even starting the process. All you hear from our end is complaint. And when parents step out, and then we argue about what we're going to do. So personally, thank you, and I hope people follow your lead. I hope people jump on board and get involved. Because all we hear is the negative part. So.
Well, I guess it's your interpretation of an argument or an aggressive debate.
This is a healthy discussion. I enjoyed it.
Okay.
I would hope that the administration would go forward and put some public PIO officer, get him involved, and maybe you can help recruit through the public information officer of the parish. And thank you for the healthy debate. I feel good tonight.
And I thought of that, and Mr. Russo took it, so. All right, any more questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Bartholomew?
question.
Yes, sir. You called the question. The machine is open.
Whoa, the minutes.
It's getting late. All right. All right, and the resolution is granted 8 with a 1 no vote from District 7. All right, we'll move to item 6P.
A resolution expressing the Plaquemines Parish Council's support of continued action to reduce the Gulf of Mexico hypoxic zone and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
You offer, Mr. Russo?
I'll offer it.
I'll second.
What this does is simply make an expression of our displeasure about the hypoxic and low oxygen zone in the offshore and the dead zone in the Gulf.
Any questions? Machine is open on 6P. And the resolution is granted 9-0. Move to 6Q.
A resolution expressing the Plaquemines Parish Council's support of the Land and Water Conservation Fund and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
You offer, Mr. Russo?
I'll offer.
I'll second.
What this does is it's just a support of the Land and Water Conservation Fund. The Land and Water Conservation Fund has provided significant benefits for the state and the state parks, and it's a green, environmentally friendly piece of legislation to show that we support their efforts.
Okay. Any questions? Machine is open on 6Q. And the resolution is granted 9-0. We'll move to 6R.
A resolution authorizing the parish president and the chairman of this council to sign the receipt and release and any and all applicable settlement documents necessary and proper to compromise and settle the payment of a portion of the outstanding judicial award owed pursuant to the final judgment in Lawrence S. Lemoyne versus Raylan Schultes et al., 24th JDC, number 719-686, Division P, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer. Next for second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Russo. Mr. Shane, can you give us a brief summary of this?
This was a case where one of our firefighters accidentally rear-ended another person and went to court, and we lost it. Anyway, we have a judgment of about 190 some odd with interest and everything, and in order to keep the plaintiff from pursuing our firefighter directly, we've entered into this partial settlement whereby we'll pay $100,000 towards that judgment, which will get a release for the firefighter so that our employee's not bearing the burden of that debt, and then they'll have to get in line with everybody else to wait for the rest.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Landry.
Question?
Yes, Mr. Lapine, did we find out whether or not this employee was written up?
Did we find out?
Yes, Mr. Robichaud, Chief Robichaud told me that he was in fact written up, and there was a whole series throughout the government of procedures put in place as a result of this accident, and it's my understanding that the present policy whereby one has to go home and not get paid for a few days if they're in an accident resulted from this particular incident.
And what year did this take place?
This was about 6 years ago, I think.
So it was not this administration, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. This, Mr. Bartholomew?
Yeah, we have the funds in the general fund?
coming out the
It's in-
firefighter.
It's not in the general fund, I think it's in, y'all allocated it to the fire department.
All right, it's coming out the fire department. All
All
right.
right.
Let everybody know that.
Any other questions from the table? Audience? Machine is open on 6R. And the resolution is granted 9-0. Move to 6S.
An ordinance authorizing the acceptance of a donation for the Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness Department and to amend the General Fund 2016 operating revenue and expenditure budgets, Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer an X for a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Russo. This is a donation from Chevron Chemical, Oronite, for $4,000 to Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness. Any questions?
Thank you, Chevron.
Thank you, Chevron, for Mr. Russo. Anybody else? Machine's open on donation. And it's granted 9-0. Move to 6T.
An ordinance authorizing the acceptance of a donation from the Plaquemines Parish District Attorney's Office and to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the Government Complex-District Attorney Building Project and the 2016 General Fund Revenue Budget, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer an X for a second.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Juno. This is the district attorney's putting up $264,000 to finish his building. So, is there any questions?
Would you be
District
I
Attorney?
have a question.
Go ahead,
Mr. Bartholomew?
Indigent board. And we said we need some lawyers for the people.
The-
We don't have an
the,
attorney.
The,
We don't have money to pay for them, do we?
no.
I think you ought to kind of slide some of that way first.
That's a good question. You can ask him.
I don't have a problem asking you.
Okay.
I really don't.
Anyone else?
I know we don't have the money to give them.
I think he has about 700,000 left in this account.
Yeah.
I think about 700,000 left in this account. You might
You might want to ask him.
want to ask him.
Any other questions? All right, the machine is open. It's granted 9-0. Move to 6V.
A resolution authorizing and directing the Plaquemines Parish Development Board to conduct a public hearing to consider a text amendment of Section 3 definitions and Section 6 zoning regulations, paragraphs A and B, and in parentheses A-1 and A-2 rural or agricultural zoning district, subsection 2 conditional uses of the Plaquemines Parish Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, ordinance number 142 as amended, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer on behalf of Mr. Black.
Yeah, I'll second.
And second by Mr. Black. Turn it over to Mr. Black. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have to do the changes first.
Yeah, there's a cha- yeah,
Let me
change.
off. Say the changes.
I'll remove my second.
Okay, thank you. On line 24, is it? Scratching out 30 days and inserting 120, is that correct, Mr. Black?
Yeah, that's on line 27 of the original.
27 original, yeah.
Well, 27 of the original?
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
130 or 120?
120 days.
Scratching out 30 and adding 120. And with that, I'll offer next with Mr. Black.
I'll second.
Second, and turn it over to Mr. Black.
Yeah, this is basically a text change in Agriculture 1 and Agriculture 2. The changes came from some research that was done by Ms. Rose and Mr. Landry. So I'll turn it over to you guys if you want to explain exactly what the changes read or.
It was brought to our attention that there are certain developments in other parts of the United States where there are recreational vehicle resorts for high luxury motorhomes, and they're used for different vacation areas or different recreational parks and sites, and they were asking if there were any any type of legislature in our comprehensive zoning ordinance that would allow someone to have that type of usage. After doing some research in certain areas, there's a great probability that would not allow this to be done. So the next best thing was to add it as a conditional use into the agricultural zoning district that would allow this to go throughout the parish. And that's where we came forward with the text amendment. And the definition came from the different parts of the United States, like Arizona, that has a recreational resort district. And that's where we pulled the definition from.
Yeah, basically, if you, in the current ordinances, zoning ordinances, the only places that can have these type of facilities is in MH. And this is not an MH type of business. It's for folks, you know, snowbirds or whoever come down and bring a motorhome or whatnot and go to like a RV resort, I guess you would call it.
That's correct.
Yeah, and the only place that you could really put it in our current zoning ordinances is in MH, and I don't think anybody, you know,
That's
instead of
correct.
changing things to MH, it'd be good to maybe have that conditional use in A1, A2.
Yeah, and this is not, if I might add it, this is not gonna be what one would consider a trailer park kind of thing. That's not what this is. This is actually a resort. This is, again, like Ms. Amitra said, it's for high-end type clientele. And if it works out like we hope it will, it should bring in a goodly amount of tourist dollars and whatnot into the parish for people coming to fish and to do sightseeing and to participate in the different things that we have to offer here from Plaquemines Parish.
All right,
I
thank you.
don't have anything else.
Any questions for the table? Audience? Machines open on 6B. And it's granted nothing. 0, sorry. Move to item 7, new business. 7A, we have none. 7B is going to be deferred. We'll move to 7C.
Discussion of drainage, Councilmember Roussel.
Mr. Russo?
Yes. As you know, for the last several meetings, I've been talking about trying to get some ditches cleaned and some work done on public work requests that have been pending for some time. And having said that, I keep hearing about how many employees we have in different departments, and I've heard the number 7 and so forth. I just want to throw this out, and I want y'all to think about this as far as reorganization plan. You know, if you add up the employees that we have in the drainage stock shop, the flood control, and the public right-of-way maintenance, you have a total of 84 employees, not 7. I think that if you look at this unit as a common goal to maintaining drainage and flood control and maintenance, you may be able to do some good by combining and reorganizing in this effort. Of these 84, you have 14 supervisors, and you have 70 employees. So I know this would be a very probably controversial type of situation, but in drastic times, you have to do controversial things. So I thought I'd throw that out there. I don't expect you to say you're going to go dig that ditch. I knew I wasn't going to get that answer today, but I would appreciate if you would. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? We'll move to item 7D.
Discussion regarding mud boat restrictions, Councilmember Edgecombe.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Barber. What this is, I'm starting the process or trying to get together and asking input from the public via emails to start off with on starting to restrict the mud boats within the parish. And the main reason is for the destruction of the little bit of wetlands that we have left. I have one myself, and I know what kind of destruction it does if I go through the marsh. So I'm just asking for some input from the parish, from the people. Once we get some input via emails, we'll have some town meetings all over the parish.
Been this road before.
I'm going to have some attorneys involved, landowners, Wildlife and Fisheries, and also the Sheriff's Office, Marine Division. And the reason why I'm asking those to participate along with the DA and other people is if we could do all the work to try to create an ordinance to restrict them, when, if it goes to court or something, if it's not constitutional, we're wasting our time. So I want to make sure it's done proper. When we come to the table, we know that Wildlife and Fisheries is going to enforce it along with Marine Division. If they're not wanting to enforce it, then why create the ordinance? You know, if nobody's going to enforce it. You know, pretty much like we do with some of our laws now. You know, we have them on the books, but we don't enforce them. So that's just it, just trying to start the process, that's all. I'm just asking for input from the public.
Thank you, Mr. Edgecombe.
A question.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bartholomew.
In reference to the duck boats?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go Devils.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
My only comment, didn't we go down this road once?
Well, we went down to Mr. Russo, if I'm not mistaken, it was to ban them. And this is not to ban them, this is to restrict them from destroying our wetlands. You know, it's pretty much like running an outboard mode. If you stay in navigable waters, you don't destroy anything, but once you start churning marsh, then you start destroying our wetlands. And actually, I have video on my phone of somebody in a mud boat that's working for coastal restoration that was running through the marsh for no reason whatsoever. So,
How do you monitor that?
Marine Division, I think, would have to enforce it.
that's,
Wildlife.
right, wildlife, fisheries, marine division.
Wasn't this, like the previous legislation
All
of
right.
yours?
Yeah, but that was to ban them completely, to
Ban.
do away with them, not to restrict them.
You ought to start with Duck Unlimited.
Well, actually, I don't know if we can
Help
talk
support
about
what
it,
you're trying to do.
but there is some talk down in Venice, Louis, in the parish. Just for instance, right now, as far as the guides that are working out of the Venice area, Venice Marina and also Cypress Cove, there's like 50 guides just out of those two marinas. And the issue that I have with, I'm speaking for myself, that probably 15 or 20 of them is from out of state and come here just to get in on the good bite. And, you know, they don't have to have no different kind of licenses, you know, out-of-state licenses to work as a guide. They don't have to do that. And I think if we don't start doing something with that, they're going to wind up fishing out our industry down here that a lot of our people provide on, you know. Matter of fact, some of the guides even talking about asking to get the limits cut down to 3 redfish 15, you know, for them to help try to preserve some of the fish. So that's all I have, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? We'll move to item 8, approval of the minutes from the April 28, 2016 council meeting. I'll offer. Ask for a second. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Burks was deferred. 6, I'm sorry, I apologize. 7F was deferred.
Second amendment.
Second by Mr. Russo. The machine's open on the minutes.
Ken gave me an update.
And the minutes are granted 8-0. Anyone that want to stay a little longer? There was a motion by Mr. Russo to adjourn. I will second it. Machine's open on the adjournment.
That's what needs to be banned.
And we are,
It's legal. It's
we
legal
are
for them to own
adjourned
their property if they
9-0 at 8:16.
Is that more than the money?
How you like that?
No, baby.
I'll show you a video.
I got